Morning, everyone. Stay tuned for the 7th MyPSA National Pharmacy Debate Competition 2021, and we will be starting in 5 minutes. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone, to the second day of the 7th MyPSA National Pharmacy Debate Competition 2021. We hope you're having a great Friday morning. I am Mai, and joining with me today is my partner, Fiona.
Hi everyone, I am Fiona and thank God it's a Friday. Thank you for joining us on the second day of the 7th MyPSA National Pharmacy Debate Competition 2021. We are so excited for another debate session between great minds.
Before we get started with the debate, allow us to introduce an event consisting of several online webinars that we will be having throughout these 4 days. It is going to be breathtaking as we will be inviting incumbent professionals featuring Professor Emeritus who is well known in the pharmaceutical field.
An additional note, this event is held in conjunction with the World Pharmacist Day on the 25th of September. They will be covering mainly the pharmacy profession in general as well as the uniqueness of the pharmacy program in QIU. Do join us if you are free.
Now, let's get that out of the way and focus on the debate. The motion was released approximately an hour ago. We can't wait to start off, and I believe everyone can agree with me that the sessions yesterday were extremely thrilling.
I do agree with you, Mai. It does have some resemblance to gladiators, when they fight in an arena and everyone is cheering for them. But why am I even talking about that? Ladies and gentlemen, apologies from deviating from the debate to ancient times. Without further ado, let me introduce the motion for the first session. This House will nationalize pharmaceutical research. Ladies and gentlemen, we hope you enjoy the debate session. We will proceed on with the debate session. Thank you.
Uh, Sorry, Madam Moderator, we can't hear you. Your mic is off.
I'm sorry. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm pleased to welcome you to the second day of my 7th MyPSA NPDC 2021. This will come to order representing the government side is team IUM, and opposition team is UKM. It will be my responsibility as a moderator to remind a couple of things that HDB has in mind. Number one, sensitive issues that would be offensive to political, religious, or ethnicities are prohibited. Number two, each debater has allocated speech time of 5 minutes. The bell will be rung for the first time at the first minute and for the second time at the fourth minute to indicate no longer POIs from the opposing side. Once 5 minutes have been reached, the bell will be rung twice to indicate that the allocated speech time has come to an end. Number three, the allocated time for the reply speech is 3 minutes with no POIs from the opposing side. With that, I'd like to invite the Prime Minister to open up the case from the motion. Hold on.
Can you hear my voice?
Yeah, wait. Hold on.
Oh, sorry.
For the motion, this House would nationalize pharmaceutical research. Yeah.
All right. Assalamualaikum and a very good morning. I bid to Mr. Chair Speaker, Honorable Adjudicator, Precise Timekeeper, Government, Opposition, and of course, members of the House. Following the motion for today, this House would nationalize pharmaceutical research. Standing as Prime Minister of the government side, we wholeheartedly agree with this motion, with our stance that nationalizing pharmaceutical research increase the quality of drugs, produced with lesser cost and without the exploitation of any private companies. We have three reasons to believe in this basic, which are our three main points. The first argument will be represented by myself under the key phrase, reducing the budget of pharmaceutical company in drug development process. My second speaker will deliver another 2 points, and my third speaker is going to rebut all of the points coming from the opposition side, and he will summarize our case. But before we begin, let me define our motion for today. The words nationalize we define as transfer from private companies to state or government ownership or control. And the words pharmaceutical research, the process, we define as the process that involves the collection, organization, and analysis of pharmaceutical industry that discovers, develops, and produces pharmaceutical drugs as a medication. The status quo today, the status quo that we bring today is what happened today. Research and development are mainly funded by private pharmaceutical companies. So we want to shift the scenario to publicly funded research. Why? Because we see a lot of issues coming from the private companies, such as manipulative data and healthcare profiteering. Ladies and gentlemen, moving on to my first argument, reducing the budget of pharmaceutical companies in drug development process. There's a very simple reason why private pharmaceutical firms charge such exorbitant prices, because they can. We believe that national pharmaceutical research can reduce the overall cost of drug production, as stated by pharmaceutical firms, as stated by Journal of Biotechnology Medicine. Private funded research and development open the opportunities for exploitation. Not yet. This will lead to the production of more affordable medication. Why do we say so? Because if we are able to control the process of drugs from the beginning of the research and development process, consequently, the prices of medicine that will be marketed, we can control the price of the medicine that will be marketed. According to the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine, the estimated median cost of bringing a new drug to market was $985 million, and the average cost was $1.3 billion. However, they stated in the journal that the average cost of developing a new drug could be less than what the private pharmaceutical industry claimed. So it takes out the huge chunk of drug production budget from the private pharmaceutical industry. Hence, we believe that decreasing cost is needed for company to produce medication and consequently to produce more affordable medicine. Last but not least, we, the government, believe it is important for this house to support this motion that we would nationalize pharmaceutical research. Therefore, we support this motion. Thank you.
Here. Thank you, Prime Minister, for the wonderful speech. Let's welcome LO. Here.
Mic test. Am I audible? Hi. Yeah.
Loud and clear.
All right. A very good morning to everyone. Our motion today is this House would nationalize pharmaceutical research. And as the opposition leader, I would say our team could not agree with this motion. Firstly, I would like to accept the definition made by the Prime Minister. And I'll go on with some rebuttals from the Prime Minister points. The Prime Minister said about the price and also reducing overall costs by nationalizing it. But the price is still determined by the pharmaceutical companies, and monopoly of the government has nothing to do with it. Also, the government is painting a picture that all drugs made by private sectors are expensive, where that is not the case. As you can see, Panadols, cough drops are made to a cheap price range, where so many people have no problem to access this drug. So now, before that, sorry, please let me finish.
Okay.
we would like to propose a counter mechanism, which is we do not agree with nationalizing the pharmaceutical research, but rather with a tough regulation to manage the downsides of the private sector. For example, in Malaysia, we have NPRA, National Pharmaceutical Regulatory Agencies, which regulate the pharmaceutical companies. So there is no worry about having the downside because you can regulate it. So we are proposing a tougher regulation, such as like regular spot checks on facilities, make sure they follow SOP ethics and quality control of pharmaceutical products, because they are the ones who issues license and also certify their patents. So there's no problem on regulating these pharmaceutical companies, pharmaceutical research. So by taking over it, nationalizing it is not benefiting anymore because you can do that with a smaller cost. So this comes to my first point. By nationalizing it will cause unnecessary financial burden on the government, because by nationalizing pharma research means that you need to allocate more budget to the healthcare research and development, meaning you need to cut down budget from other sectors such as education, economy, technology, and so forth. So it is a long journey for research. Hence, citizens might be resentful because they can't see the return in short term, while the government is putting huge budget from their tax money to it. So they might be angry, and then it will cause a lot of backlash, problems, protests. So maybe I can give an example. In this pandemic situation, the government has already so much on plate. So if they are going on a research, they will be investing a lot of money in it. So how about the citizens? For their basic needs and this pandemic, all their needs is medical treatment, necessary treatment to curb their illness. So I can say that the cost of research is a very long and expensive journey for the government. But when you see from the private side, they are catered to spend this, to invest it, because they only focus on doing research and producing quality drugs. So, for example, I can see AstraZeneca, they spend billions of money in research and development. So, if the government is under control, is the government going to invest such much expenditure in the research, while they have already a lot in their hands to take care of economy, education? So, are they willing to spend so much? So, when the government prime minister say about having a better quality, I doubt that, because it will affect quality when there's not enough budget in the research. So, and it will also cause massive burden on taxpayers, because huge amount of money will put it in the research, and I'm sure the government wouldn't want to put their citizens more burden. So therefore, I oppose this motion, and I would like to stress that nationalizing pharmaceutical research will do more harm than good. Thank you.
Here, thank you, Elmore. Let's welcome to the end. Here.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Honorable Speaker and Member of the House. I, as the Deputy Prime Minister, fully support our Prime Minister to agree these motions today. This House will nationalize pharmaceutical research. Before I go further, let me first refute the argument from leaders of oppositions. From her first argument is state that this motion will cause unnecessary burden to governments. So I want to emphasize here that I want to refute this argument, because this argument gives a bad impression toward the government from the citizens. As we know, we from the government, we care about our citizens in terms of their healthcare. If we don't care about their healthcare, we are unable to provide for them a better quality of life. So I want to stress this argument is not make sense for us as we as a government, we fully care about our citizens in terms of healthcare. So, I want to proceed with my first argument first. My first argument is we will allow the democratic oversight over what drugs should be made and how they are being done without any profit-driven influence in the R&D field. For your information, private pharmaceutical research have control to produce drugs that they find more profitable. This freedom will influence them to do R&D only based on profitable drugs instead of produce drugs that less profitable. Member of the House, allowing democratic oversight over what drugs should be made and how they are being done with less pressure by profit-minded entities will make less gamesmanship occur in the finalizing R&D results. So we also want by doing this, we are able to produce more credible data and the results. For example, the National Health Service in the UK already did since 2010. They founded for more than 84 drugs with estimated cost of hundreds billion dollars. They're able to control the process of R&D since the beginning. So by doing this, we're able to ensure that drug research is always for the benefit of the people instead of the profitable. So therefore, we support this motion with my first argument by allowing the democratic oversight over what drugs should be made and how they are being done without any profit-driven influence in R&D and the field. I proceed to my second argument to allow tighter regulations on the scientific and economic aspect data of the drug productions. As we know, research companies have fully right on their research data that they obtain and give them ability to cheat the data from the public. So when we as the government take initiative to tighten the regulations on the scientific and economic data that they get from the drug productions, we able to regulate. We do a regulations that will make the government have the right towards the data that obtained in the private research company. So member of the House, by doing this, we're able to produce more credible data which lead to more quality drugs. Since the research data is given by the government, the government have the right to determine the price of the drug that can be more suitable and affordable towards our people. So doing this will increase the accessibility of the higher quality healthcare in our country. Therefore, we from the government support these motions with my second argument to allow a tightened regulation on the scientific and economic aspect data of the drug production, with our stance to nationalizing of pharmaceutical research increase the quality of drug produced with the lesser cost toward the people. That's all from us as a government. Thank you.
Yeah. Next would be DLO. Yeah.
Am I audible and visible?
Can you be a bit louder? It's too slow.
I put my microphone here. Is it better right now?
Yes, loud and clear. Thank you.
Okay. Sorry, let me drink a cup of water first. Starting in 3, 2, 1. Good morning, everyone. Today, this House would nationalize pharmaceutical research, and I, as a deputy leader of the opposition team, fully disagree with this motion, and I believe this motion shall fall. Okay, before I move on my arguments, I would like to do some rebuttals on the arguments presented by the government side. Okay, let's take a look at their rebuttals on our side first. They say we are not caring enough of people's health. We not care about we are not doing enough things to for the government, for the citizens. No, ladies and gentlemen, today we care so much about our citizens. That's why we want to regulate the private sectors right now. We want to ensure that the quality delivered by the pharmaceutical companies in the private sector is still good enough to deliver more drugs in the future in a more quality way. And okay, let's take a look at their points. They say that reducing budget of pharmacy company drug developing process. They say that if government take over this kind of drug researching, they would reduce the price. I really want to engage and think from this side, government side, but I really can't. Sorry, I really can't. Why? Because when all the cost of research developing is still the same as it is in government, and the cost of research is still as the same in private sectors, how can the price be reduced by the government? And I don't see a government painting a picture telling us how the prices of the drugs can be reduced, ladies and
Your eye,
gentlemen.
please.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're asking on how it can reduce the drugs cost, kan?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So the huge chunk, I repeat, the huge chunk of the budget is for research. So, but I would like to repeat that the production of the drugs are still under the control of the pharmaceutical companies. So, since we have with this make the huge chunk of the budget.
Okay, thank you.
You
You're not
understand my
asking
point,
any
right?
question. I understand your point. Please don't waste
Okay.
my time. Sorry. And I do agree that the pricing is still taken by the pharmaceutical companies, ladies and gentlemen. That's what happens when you nationalize the research. The pricing is taken over by the pharmaceutical company, ladies and gentlemen. When you nationalize it, the pricing is still there. So what should we do instead? Is we regulate the pricing rather than taking over the research. We regulate the pricing as the government. And how can nationalizing research regulate the price? But we here stating that stricter regulations on the pricing would reduce the price for people. Thank you, and that's not a question. Okay, let's take a look at our points. Next point, they say that pharmaceutical drugs are not focusing on cheap drugs. Is that the case? No. Past 50 years, we have private companies researching and improvising drugs such as cough drops. Cough drops has a high potential of abuse in the past, but in now, the potential abuse is lower because of the pharmaceutical companies improvising the formulation. Isn't that a good developing of drugs right now? Okay, moving on to my first point of the opposition side. We believe that by nationalizing it, taking over the food thing, it would inhibit competition in a free market, and which leads to innovation curbing. Why? Because there's political pressures. For example, in Chinese companies, people have stopped all the research on the root cause of situation of the COVID-19 when the world is questioning about it, because the government want to mask their problems in a country. In such stances of political pressure, what would happen? The quality of research would decrease. The diversity of research would decrease. For example, Viagra, for example, porcine and pig. The government may spend less money on such research in these conservative companies, ladies and gentlemen, because there is political pressure right here taking in place. And government are politicians, not healthcare or pharmaceutical experts. So when they take over the roles of entrepreneurs in pharmacy research, political views would influence such research and limits down so many possibilities in the future. So for entrepreneurs, they would surely find a way to stand out from their competition. And that is the healthy competition that we want to see in research field. For example, Johnson & Johnson, Pfizer start with first my antimicrobial and sterile dressings, but Johnson & Johnson modified it and come up with water-resistant dressings to outstand these companies. So research is going to cause such improvisations and competitions in these companies. And next, I would like to bring up the unfairness to the research pharmacies. For now, the government has paid for so many salaries of doctors, physicians, and healthcare workers. Let's take a look at the condition of contract pharmacies in Malaysia. So many job opportunities and job securities are taken away from these pharmacies. When the lack of job security happens, it would be really dangerous and really jeopardizing for the whole research system, because people are deterred away from this job because we are killing the hopes of aspiring and inspiring research pharmacies. And the mode of operation of the pharmaceutical companies will be driven to a more profit side, because you're taking away their right to the monopoly of research. So with that being said, we believe that we shouldn't take away their monopoly, their main role in research. Rather, we should regulate that. Ladies and gentlemen, with that being said, I rest my case.
Here, thank you. DLO, let's go to Gavip. Here.
Am I audible? Am I audible enough? I'm audible, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Just a moment. Okay, starting in 3, 2, 1. Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good morning. I bid to the honorable moderator, wise educator, my friends from the opposition, and of course my friends from the government. So after the sessions, after the debating sessions given by the from our team, and also by the leader of opposition and also the deputy leader of opposition, I still believe and still remain firm with this motion. This House would nationalize pharmaceutical research on the basis of it can produce high quality drugs and for a lesser cost. I'll be identifying a few clashes that I've been able to identify in this debate as of now. So we have begun our debate with it can reduce budget on R&D and by private companies. And from I'm just restating my POI just now. It's not a question. It's a statement because they asked how it can be reduced. Okay, I would like to say I would like to reiterate that most of the budget that pharmaceutical companies use to develop to produce drugs is due to the R&D cost, and by making this cost not being costed towards the pharmaceutical companies while they just focus on the production of the drugs, it can in the end it can reduce. No, thank you. Let me continue. So in the end, it can reduce the cost of drugs because, again, like the first point from our prime minister just now, and also they have kept saying on the budget strain of if the pharmaceutical research industry.
Please.
No, thank you. Let me continue. If there's a budget strain happening, the thing is, it can if we can reduce the cost of the drugs, it can also alleviate the budget strain. Therefore, we believe that it is feasible for the government to nationalize pharmaceutical research. Second, this next clash is that we have stated that we can allow democratic oversight on R&D and also allows tighter regulation on drug production. And the opposition has stated that it is already enough. We can do tighter regulation without nationalization. Okay, the thing is, we believe that it is not enough, and by nationalizing the pharmaceutical research, we can have better oversight, better democratic oversight towards research and development, and also we can pass tighter regulation without pharmaceutical companies getting loopholes, exploiting loopholes in the law. Because because the government has reserved the rights to release the pharmaceutical data towards these companies to produce the drugs. Therefore, we can impose on them on certain conditions so that they can produce it. Yes.
So you mentioned that regulation is the right thing to do, right? So can you explain further on why should we like nationalize the whole thing rather than just regulating it? Because I can see nothing related in your points saying that it's necessary for us to nationalize it than regulating it only. But in our side, we believe that regulation is better than nationalizing because we think that
I think I get your point. Okay, yes, I believe in regulation. I believe in regulation as far as you do, but we believe that there are still many that there are loopholes that can be exploited from pharmaceutical companies to market their drugs, to release their drugs even though their research is not credible enough. Therefore, we believe that by nationalizing it, it can make those loopholes disappear. Okay, so and also they also stated about lack of job security. Okay, I would like to return to the definition of nationalizing, which is takeover of private owned assets, which includes job postings and assets from the private sector to the government. Therefore, we believe that they're not out of the job. There are still jobs available, and we believe that we can expand those jobs, and we can provide jobs for these medical staffs in the research. Therefore, we believe that any arguments that are given by the opposition is not really that, will not make this our arguments fall. Therefore, we believe even after all of this ends, we still believe that this motion, this House would nationalize pharmaceutical research is a good thing to do and should be accepted by this House. Therefore, we propose this motion. Thank you.
Here, thank you, the whip. Let's invite reply speech from side government. Whip up. You here.
Okay, salutations everyone. Before thank you to our opposition and to the government, and also to my fellow opposition speakers today for giving their points. Before I begin my speech today, I'd like to point out some rebuttals made by the government side. First of all, I think this was also covered briefly by my Prime Minister and also my Deputy Prime Minister, because the main thing that our government here today is trying to say that they think that the government should take full control over pharmaceutical research and pharmaceutical companies by nationalizing pharmaceutical research, and then this can curb issues like manipulation of data, quality control, reduce the prices. However, I think this contradicts with some of their points, because when you want to increase the quality but decrease the funding and decrease the the pricing and all that, how can quality research and development be carried out with a lower budget, with a lower funding source? And then they say that this is better for the citizens. Unfortunately, the citizens are the victim in the world that they've painted for us. Unfortunately, so I'll come back to that and how this is all going to backfire on the citizens at the end of the day. Now, by the government nationalizing this and having politicians and having state leaders take full control of making decisions for pharmaceutical companies. So this is politicians, state leaders versus scientists, researchers, pharmaceutical people who have dedicated years and years into research and development, who has a better understanding on the grounds of scientific research when it comes to research and development and procuring the proper drugs. Moving along to my second rebuttal, the government is taking over something for the citizens, but as I've mentioned, the citizens are being made the victim because they're allocating tax money into research and funding, but they're making it sound as if it's not going to cost that much. We have enough money. Based off of a research done, GlaxoSmithKline and AstraZeneca in 2013 and in 2018, they have allocated 24.4 billion USD as well as 38 billion USD respectively in research and development of drugs and procurement of drugs. Is this enough? Is this something that the government can even match when you say that we've allocated the budget? This is the taxpayers' money, which I personally think the government should be focusing and putting into better use, like education, health aspects, economic aspects, especially during a time of a pandemic where the government's help is where the citizens are in dire need of government help. And they're adding more onto their plate, unfortunately. And furthermore, they said that they want to ensure there's no manipulation of prices or data, which we have already covered in a mechanism that our regulation by the NPRA, as well as quality control, and so that no loopholes, no nasty business is being done by these pharmaceutical researchers. We are ensuring in our mechanism that can be curbed and that can be solved. We just don't think that the government needs to take full control of a pharmaceutical company because they already have so many other things to worry about. By mixing into pharmaceutical research, they're taking away attention over the citizens and what the citizens need. This can completely backfire on them. The citizens may even protest, have a social and political divide, which is very, very dangerous. I don't think the government, my fourth rebuttal, I don't think the government has actually given us any answer as to how they can reduce the budget strain. I think I heard that the WIT was mentioning it time and time again, but I never received an answer to that, unfortunately. Now I'm going to move on to my clashes. We care for the citizens because we want to ensure that they are receiving quality, well-researched drugs and development. And we are ensuring, the opposition is ensuring that there's going to be tight regulations. And due to our mechanism that we have mentioned, we just do not think that the government needs to have full control and nationalizing the entire thing, because there are other things that the government needs to be worrying about. Yes, pharmaceutical research is important, especially when it comes to manipulation of data and so on and so forth. But our regulation ensures that that can be curbed. Furthering on my second clash, burdening the citizens versus providing the best for the citizens, I think this is also being covered in my rebuttal. We are not using taxpayer money. These pharmaceutical companies like Pfizer, AstraZeneca, GlaxoSmithKline, Johnson & Johnson, they have been in the works, they've been specialized for many, many years. Therefore, they have their funding. When the government then decides, we're going to come in, we're going to take full control, and we're going to manage your funding for you, you are taking these taxpayers' money and you're increasing your burden. This is not reducing your budget strain in any way. Where the citizens are in dire need of the taxpayer money financially, and then they decide they're going to allocate some of this into pharmaceutical research, which is the job of the private company in the first place, this can cause for a distrust in the government by the citizens. And this is very, very dangerous and can cause for a very unstable unity in the nation. That is it for the opposition points. And we strictly disagree with the motion today. Thank you.
Yeah. So done with all the substantives. Let's go on to reply speeches. Opposition reply. Here.
Okay. Okay.
I'm sorry. Don't we have 1 minute to prepare for the reply speeches?
I think it's okay. It's okay. Never mind. We take a look. We respect the time master lah. Yeah, because the chairperson said we should start. Yeah, I am okay with that. Okay, so starting my speech in 3, 2, 1. Ladies and gentlemen, today's motion is this House would nationalize pharmaceutical research. Today, let's take a look at the mechanism provided by both sides. Government provides a mechanism telling us that nationalizing it means that we take over all the pharmaceutical companies, including their research. Yeah, not exclusively their research. And they want to use taxpayers' money to pay to hire contract pharmacists in this research company, which we think that is a very flawed mechanism according to our status quo, and I will explain it in the clashes presented later. Next, let's take a look at our mechanism. Our mechanism is to enforce a tighter regulation, and I believe that the government has no disagreement with us. In fact, we reached an agreement that tighter regulations should be implemented. So today, with that being said, let's see, is there a need for nationalizing? Take a look at our points. The first point is financial. Let's compare both sides from financial state. They say that nationalizing research pharmacy would reduce prices, cut down costs of pharmaceutical companies. How drugs will go down in price when the pharmaceutical companies are still in charge of their branding, of their prices. But here, and they fail to address that. Where does the funding come from? How does tax being reduced in such cases? How does financial burdens being reduced from the citizens, ladies and gentlemen? Today, we say that in this situation, it's going to cause unnecessary financial burden to the government when the pharmaceutical companies are capable of generating their own revenue. So in financial problem, we as the opposition side wins. And let's take a look at the diversity of the research when the nationalizing is done. They said that pharmaceutical companies would not focus on cheap drugs. But ladies and gentlemen, even government has their own biased drugs, because in some conservative companies, as mentioned, conservative countries, they won't focus on some types of drugs. And when diversity is an issue in both sides, we believe that when we inhibit the competition in a free market, this leads to a curve in innovation, which leads to less diversity in drug research, ladies and gentlemen. So in terms of diversity and quality of research, our side wins. Next, let's take a look at the research, the fairness of this policy to research pharmacies. We say that this policy is going to cause job security issues, job prospect issues. And government reply us that they would provide us with more job opportunities, job states. But let's see what happens in the status quo. Pharmacists are struggling to get a permanent post in their government sector. People are looking for jobs because the government sector is so saturated. The status quo is completely false, and but private companies are able to provide such job security in the status quo. With that being said, we win in terms of financial state, diversity, and job prospect, and nothing is useful in terms of government. With that being said, I rest my case today, and we believe that nationalizing does more harm than regulating only. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's go to the last speech of the debate. Government reply here.
There were a lot of fine lines to draw in this debate. Today, in my reply speech, I will summarize the opposition side cases, summarize government side cases, and I will show to you the differences between our two cases. Let's cut to the chase. Let's see what exactly is it that the opposition is trying to say. Firstly, they mentioned that nationalizing pharmaceutical companies will cause unnecessary costs for government to handle. They say that the public will get angry and mad because we use their tax money to fund the research and development process, but they did not prove nor mention any data as what they claim. This argument is clearly made based on their assumption. I want to emphasize that this issue is not a problem as we have yearly budget allocation for research and development process. Then they talk about political issue that will disturb government from nationalizing pharmaceutical research. I honestly don't get their points and how to relate this issue with our motion today. Plus, he also did not state any data or statistic that political issue will majorly impact the nationalization of pharmaceutical research. And then they also talk about that this motion will inhibit innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to clarify that we do not want to take over the roles of private companies, but we control the funding. We do not want to open any room for exploitation. Overall, I can say that all of their arguments are based on assumption because none of them back up their arguments with any fact, data, or statistic. Moving on to our side, we tell you about how private funded research and development process will open the door for exploitation. We stated data that research and development will be much less less budget if it is government funded. We also discussed about allowing tighter regulation can be made in scientific economic aspect, and we tell you about this motion will allow democratic oversight over the whole research process. Therefore, I propose this motion. Thank you.
Here, thank you for the debate. Hold on. Okay. Thank you for the reply speaker from government side. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, we have reached the end of the debate session. You had an excellent time watching debate speakers, and we'd like to sincerely thank you for tuning in. However, participants are required to enter another room for the feedback and result. For the audience, the results will be announced soon, so stay tuned. Thank you.
Hello everyone, welcome back. Wonderful is a word that I would use to describe the previous sessions. I don't know about you, Fiona.
To be honest with you, it is the first time I am witnessing a debate session, but it was phenomenal to say the least.
Let's talk a little about the previous sessions. Now, for once, my mind goes blank when I see the topic.
Of course, both of us are not even pharmacy students. It would be good if Calvin was here. He would have quite a lot to comment about, but since he is from the pharmacy side.
Well, we don't have him here today, so let's just manage ourselves. Okay, Fiona? Let's just pretend you and I both know what's going on.
How do you propose we do that?
Let's go to Uncle Google for that. So we have pharmaceutical research on drugs. Wow.
Mai, are you done? The audience is waiting.
Yes. Actually, instead of talking about pharmaceutical research, let's talk about nationalizations, which is more familiar to us.
Now, I am no debater myself, but I think what nationalization means is that the government will take over the company or industry. Is it something like that?
Yes, it is. Anything else to add?
You were supposed to add something after me.
Well, I don't have anything else to add. So let's wrap up this commentary session and jump straight into the next motion.
Allow me to introduce the motion for the next session. This House will allow workers to sell their rights in exchange for higher pay. Ladies and gentlemen, we hope you enjoyed the debate session. We will proceed on with the debate session. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm pleased to welcome you to the second day of 7th MyPSA NPDC order representing the Number one, sensitive issues. Trade allocated time for reply speech is 3 minutes. Time. With that, I'd like to invite Prime Minister to open up the case. Yeah, there's an echo. For the motion, this house would allow workers to sell their for higher pay. For example, health and safety protection and fertility leave. PM, hear you.
Hello. Why is there an echo? Hmm. And audible. I'll shut down. Okay. Good day, everyone. Today, I, as the Prime Minister team, would like to discuss why this. Yes.
I don't know if it's only for me. I can hear an echo as well.
Everyone can hear an echo.
Yeah.
Yes, I think everyone is hearing the echo.
I just continue. First and foremost, what are workers' rights? Based on Malaysian Economic Act 1995, any employee as long as monthly less than 2,000 ringgit, and any managers, workers, persons employed on domestic servants are classified as their wages is more than 2,000 ringgit per month.
I'm sorry, order.
Please pause the timer first. Okay,
Yeah, we will repeat the whole speech back again because apparently everyone can hear it well and yeah, can anyone fix this problem? Testing. Is it echoing? No, right?
Yes, for you it is. It is echoing.
Okay.
For everyone?
I think only one party here is not muting 7th and please.
Is it still echoing?
Okay, hi, welcome back again. Sorry. One, two, three.
Sorry, I think someone didn't mute.
government. Okay, during this MCO and pandemic era, where workers are being laid, salaries are being cut off due to the inability to operate their business because of MCO, movement control order, business are also struggling. So it is quite understandable for them to lay the workers or cut the salaries of the workers. However, this took a toll on workers. And this makes the workers getting more desperate to earn money that they are willing to do almost anything within their power so that their needs are met. Thus, it is not odd for them to resort to sell their rights for money. Even if they do got another job, the cycle is just going to repeat itself. Yes, it is undeniable that money is not everything, but we have to remember that everything needs money. Based on Bulletin Utama News, there are some businessmen who sold their businesses just to survive. Hence, it is very logical for workers to want to sell their rights for even a slight increase of their salary so that they would be able to meet their needs and continue living. Instead of having to commit suicide due to stress or depression because of the inability to support their lives during MCO, as some of the cases that had been brought up by the 8 p.m. news, to sell their rights for money is a better choice. So, as employers, it is only a matter of course that they should give commensurate payment or pay significantly higher, like 2 times or 3 times of the salary for the rights that the workers sell. That is all from me. Thank you.
Yeah, speaker spoke for 5 minutes and 7 seconds. Let's invite LO. Here.
Hello, everyone. Am I audible? Yes. Okay, nice. Right. Okay, I'll start now, yeah? Okay. Assalamualaikum and a very good morning to the impartial panel of judges, the accurate timekeeper, my co-debaters and members of the floor. I'm Alia, the leader of the opposition team. Our stand for this motion is we disagree to allow workers to sell their rights in exchange for higher pay, such as health and safety protections, right to maternity or paternity leave, etc. I would like to first rebut the Prime Minister with, will there be a catch at the end of the employment? Yes, they will get the perks now, higher pays and all, but surely the employer will need to balance it out. So at the end of the employment, it will undoubtedly affect the employee's retirement or severance pay. So meaning, yes, they get paid higher now, but at the end of the day, when they were to receive their retirement or severance pay, there will be a catch, obviously. Either they get a lower severance pay or something along the line. Now, the purpose of the labor and human rights is to ensure that workers and employers have an equal voice in negotiations and provides workers the opportunity to seek to improve their living and working conditions, such as the health and safety protection, which is to secure the health, safety, and welfare of the employees and other people at work. So, it will protect the public from health and safety risks of business activities and eliminate these workplace risks at the source. Furthermore, paid parental leave improves the household economic security for families in the year following the birth of a child. I will now go to my first point. This is a personal choice that should not be encouraged when it harms oneself or people surrounding them. There is a reason why maternity, paternity leave, health and safety protection, etc. exist in the first place. I will first focus on health and safety protection. The protection is there to protect the employees involved from any occupational risks, such as providing safety gears for labor work and other forms of risk, such as workplace bullying and violence. Following health and safety guidelines and maintaining a safe workplace will reduce the risk of work-related illnesses and injuries, and therefore reduce the costs associated with safety failures. As for paternity or maternity leave, it is to ensure that mothers and fathers have adequate paid leave for the birth of a child, as it is a priority for economic development. Studies have shown that adequate maternity leave can lead to lower infant mortality rates, health benefits for the mother, higher female labor force participation, and increased breastfeeding rates. There are myriad health benefits for children whose parents receive maternity or paternity leave, primarily stemming from the increased regularity of well baby checkups, greater rates of immunization, increased likelihood and duration of breastfeeding, and increased parental care and engagement. We don't want newborn babies to be emotionally affected by their parents' choice, which is to leave their kids and off to work to earn more money, when in fact, the time that the parents are given to bond with their newborn children, which is the paid parental leave, is not for free. They are being paid for such leave. If we start encouraging people, especially employees who will be putting themselves in danger just to earn higher pay, that's basically us encouraging one to sell their soul to the devil in exchange for a supposed or unguaranteed comfortable life. We understand that employees who opt to such extreme options are usually those who lack financial support. But what if they get severely injured or worse, lose their life in the process? Who's going to support the employee's family now that they are gone or unable to work anymore? Compensations from the company will not fill the hollow and the absence of that employee. We find it cruel to implement such things to begin with. Hence, we in the opposition team strongly disagree with today's motion that this House would allow workers to sell their rights in exchange for higher pay, such as health and safety protections and right to maternity, paternity leave, and etc. Thank you.
Here, thank you. Speaker spoke for 4 minutes and 7 seconds. That's a company M. Here.
Can you hear me? All right. I'll start in 3, 2, 1. Unfortunately, we do live in a world ruled by devils. And because of that, we have no choice in this life cycle but to try our best to make ends meet, to survive in this society. And there are certain ways that we can help our situation a bit better, and which is by passing the motion today. So in my speech, I will first of all tell you the stance as well as the mechanisms that we will run if this motion goes to pass, and as well as provide some rebuttals integrated with my points in my speech. So first of all, our stance is we do believe that this motion has to pass because of the end goals that we want to achieve. What do we want to achieve? The goals that we want to achieve is that we, first of all, we want to benefit employees as much as possible, as we believe that everyone is entitled to success. And secondly, we also allow for the freedom of rights for employees as well. Now, to my mechanisms of our team. How are we going to exercise this implementation? We are going to do so by allowing workers to sell their rights for higher pay, which is significantly higher than the financial amount that is exchangeable from their rights. Meaning to say that they're because of the risk that they're going to let go, they're able to receive 2 times or 3 times more salary because of that. For example, you can think of those risky jobs. The reason why they have such a high salary is because they are putting their lives at stake. Therefore, similarly, as these people who also put their lives at stake, they are ought to receive a higher pay as well. But secondly, we also allow these employees to gain back their rights if they believe that they do not want the risk after they sold their rights. That is entirely probable in our world, and we believe that it is sensible to do so. So now, very quickly to my points, and then later on I'll move on to some rebuttals. We need to believe that we need to accept the fact that in this world, there is an unequal exchange of labor to salary in current status quo. And that happens not because the rights of the employees are violated, but simply there's some employees who just want to contribute that much to a company, and they are willing to work the extra hours for say experience or to help the boss per se. So in that case, we believe that there ought to be a similar system to reward their excessive work hours. For example, in the Employment Act, employees are only required to work 8 hours a day. But those who wants to work 10 hours, the exceeding 2 hours ought to be rewarded instead of going unnoticed and simply the employer saying that, oh, thank you, I appreciate you, the kind of effort you put into the company, and your help will soon be recognized. You will soon be promoted. But we believe that employers try to sell this idea because this is the kind of narrative that they want to put upon employees, to believe that they keep on putting a lot of energy and only expecting this minimal amount of reward from it, which is experience, which we don't think makes sense. There ought to be a financial exchange as well, because at the end of the day, the financial value is what is going to keep the person alive. Sorry. But secondly, we believe that workers' abilities are subjective, meaning that some workers, they are able to forego these certain rights more than certain employees. They have that extra energy. They have that extra health than other employees. That's why we believe that there ought to be a system as well to enable them to do that. So, for example, some mothers who are able to heal at a quicker pace, they are able to let go of the extended maternity leave and continue back to work. So this, in another hand, contributes to the company as well. But finally, there's a point of extension, which is that in opposition's world, there are two scenarios, right? One, workers will be stuck in the cycle of a long and stagnant work life because they are only required to work 8 hours a day. It will take many years before they can break through that cycle. And by the time they are able to do that, they have already aged and they do not have the energy anymore to continue to press on further, as opposed to younger employees. Unfortunately, the time is up. Okay, so to sum up the case, we believe that there ought to be an equal exchange of labor as well as finance, as well as there is the freedom of rights that is permissible for the employees. With that, thank you.
Yeah. Speaker spoke for 5 minutes, 22 seconds. Let's move on to the LO.
Okay, first of all, can I check if I'm audible? Yeah, okay. I'll begin now. A good day to all. My name is Iza Azrin, and I am here to speak as the Deputy Leader of Opposition. And I here will will agree with my Leader of Opposition, and we stand by that we disagree that this House should allow workers to sell their rights in exchange for higher pay. I'll first begin by why I believe this motion should not stand. Firstly, because this motion believes to discourage productivity. So as mentioned by the first Leader of Opposition, we have employees' rights for a reason. We are all humans and we don't and should not work like robots. Our reasoning is to ensure that all employees show up at their best and most efficient manner so they can perform at their best on a day-to-day basis. So this motion seems to encourage overworking, and we all know this, how overworking affects not just our employees' health in general, but also the financial productivity. Let me first begin by explaining some of the harmful effects of overworking, which includes weak immune system, insomnia, and also lack of energy. So imagine how these symptoms are going to affect the employees' work ethics in the long run, and not to mention how it affects the company's financial productivity as well. So let's say when an employee has overworked or they don't get the safety protections and they end up sick in a hospital, wouldn't this cause the company to spend more money for their absence and to cover their hospital insurance? Let me provide with a scenario. Imagine a mother who cuts short her maternity leave just because she wants to get paid more. Wouldn't she feel exhausted from being a new mother and also trying to work hard to get more money? Wouldn't that affect her productivity and quality of work? The government should deny these requests from employees so that it doesn't affect the company's employee and also financial productivity in general. Therefore, we believe that this motion sets a tone for counterproductivity. And that's not what we want in a company when we want to see growth. I will take your POI once I'm done with my points. Thank you. My next point is it is unethical. Since we have allowed the selling of rights and employees are now allowed to sell their leaves and safety protections for more pay, we believe this would create a space of unfairness between the employee and employers, this is unethical. We believe that since employees' safety and choices are taken away, there's high chances that employers might take advantage of this opportunity. The employers can now easily ask for their employees to come for work every day in regards of their employees' rights. Since employees now choose the painful way of getting higher pay. This would put a pressure on employees to keep on working even on days they personally feel they need a rest, because now they're tied to their employers and they're scared of losing their jobs to even say no in the name of getting more pay. We believe that it's almost difficult for employees to have a say anymore then. Isn't it sad that now we allow our employees to choose more pay and employees can take advantage of that? Aren't we all humans after all? We understand that employees get to choose what they wish for. By the end of the day, the employers, they should have a broader and kinder mindset to protect these employees, as we need to make sure that the government understands this from the employees' point of view and what they actually want at the end of the day. Yes. POI?
Oh no, the time is up.
Oh, is the time up? Oh, okay. With that, I end my speech with thank you.
There's 1 minute left. Okay, never mind. Here. Thank you to DLO. Let's move on to Gov.
Hi, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you all can hear me. Okay, first of all, let me remind us of the motion today. Our motion today is allow workers to sell their rights. Allow, not encourage. We are not forcing them. It is not appropriate to sell their rights, but ultimately it's their choices. Now we are giving them choices. They get to decide their rights. It's not that we are encouraging them to give up their rights. It's not that we are forcing them to give up their rights. Ultimately, it's their own decision. This leads me to my first rebuttal. It is absurd that a personal choice should not be encouraged because it's self-armed person. So it means that I myself, I want to earn more. I don't mind giving up for it. Doesn't mean the company is forcing me to give up just for their productivity. So if I disagree with it, I can just decide not to. And actually, this issue is already happening in Malaysia, just that we are addressing it now so that we can benefit the victims from it. Next, it states that it is unethical to selling their rights. So before the employee, before they start working, they undergo a negotiation. They sign the agreement form. So they already stated how much your pay is it, what is the things you need to go through, what are the rights you have, what are the rights you can negotiate from there. Okay. Next would be, it is always a choice.
POI?
Later, it is always a choice. So we're not just giving them to sell all their rights and then just get more money. We also enforcing a policy for it. So for, let's say we got high risk for safety and health issues. So there are works, they are high risk and more dangerous compared to other works. So from there, we will enforce a policy that you need to self-insure the higher amount or more beneficial to yourself before we can agree to let you sign that, to sell that right. Yes, you may go on with your POI.
Right. You said about the negotiation, it wasn't mentioned in the mechanism. So is this considered as a new mechanism? Thank you.
This has been going on for, when you apply for a job, you go through a negotiation process. I quite sure you do realize that. So from there, I think you're quite sure of what right you deserve. So I don't think this is a new mechanism. This has already in the industry for years, for ever since the industry has been realized. Okay, I hope I answered your question.
POI.
Okay. Later, no thank you. Okay, so now what we are doing, we're bringing this issue to the table. We're trying to solve this issue. Okay, we're giving the opportunity back to the victims for what my government say. The pandemic has caused them, they need to sell their business. So we won't know, actually we know there's some, like most recently Top Glove scandal, they force their workers to work. So that we do have this kind of law, but we don't give them a choice. They can sell their rights because some, they value the money more important than their rights. Because not everybody is in a financially freedom that they can decide that they don't want to do this, they don't want to do that. Some mothers, they have to work 2 jobs just to get their family feed. So why not? We just let them work in one place. They don't need to tire themselves. They don't need to stress out on 2 jobs. They don't need to worry 2 sides. They can just work on one side and focus on that and get paid well. That's what my government said. Get paid twice or thrice. And I don't think the opposition have provided a case that can solve the issue that we are addressing today. So with that, I think I agree. We should agree with the government side that we should allow the worker to sell their right. Not encouraging them to sell their right, not forcing them to sell their right, but we allow them. So ultimately, it's up to them. We are giving back the rights to them. So we're giving back the human rights to them to decide what they really need and what they really want and what is most beneficial for the period of time at their moment. With this, I end my speech. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Speakers for 4 minutes and 45 seconds. Let's move on to off-whip. Here. Up-whip.
Technical issues. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Right. Okay. All right. I shall start in 3, 2, 1. Assalamualaikum and a very good morning to everyone. My name is Waniru Shafika Shraya, acting as the opposition whip. Will be rebutting all the points given by the Prime Minister, Deputy Prime Minister, and the Third Minister from the government team, starting with the points given by the Prime Minister. Okay, so he mentioned here that the wage is not enough, that she is aware that the wage is not enough, the normal wage is not enough to support the household need. I believe that is true and I do agree with that, but that does not permit employees to sell their rights just to get higher salary. They should instead be provided with aids by their employers to help at times of need. There are also other alternatives that they can seek for to help support the household needs, as like the ones given by the current government, the BPN and such. And by working extra hours, it does not even guarantee that the extra payment will be able to support their basic needs. So how long should they jeopardize their life just to obtain resources for their basic needs. Working extra hours or selling your rights does not prove or improve your productivity as well. So this will only end up bringing everything back to square one. Neither the employee or the employer will benefit from this vicious cycle. Next, I would like to rebut the point given by the Deputy Prime Minister saying that there has been an unequal exchange of labor and it has been existing for years. That he gave an example like in a situation where an employee wants to contribute so much to the company that they love and to gain experience. So hear me, dear government, experience does not pay the bills. I understand that it has been going for such a long time, but at the same time, is it right? And should it be continued? So overworking is one of the major causes of death, and it feels so unfair for them to sacrifice themselves like this with nothing in return. So unequal exchange of labor should be stopped, and by agreeing with this motion, it only encourages this to continue. Did someone say POI? I will take your POI once I'm done with my point. So, and lastly, I would like to rebut the point given by the third minister, which is he's insisting that we are just giving them the rights. We are allowing, not forcing them. Yes, I do understand, but by allowing, you are opening the chances of employees to take advantage of this. So let's be real. Just like what the Deputy Prime Minister has said, we are living in a world where there is full of devil. So if the government has allowed it, does that not make way for people to take advantage? Yes, there can be a negotiation when you first started and signing the contract. But what about those that has already been in the company and there's a change to that? Should they just drop everything and quit? That's a question I would like to ask. So finally, she also mentioned about personal choice. Yes, I understand that people have the rights to make their own choice by choosing however they want to work. But at the same time, I will take the POI once I'm done with my points. But at the same time, we cannot let them deny their health and safety just for the sake of an extra pay. In the case of an overtime, for example, though you get an extra pay, it is still harmful for someone's health. Employees generally should have a max average working time of not exceeding 48 hours. I'm pretty sure you know that. So working more than that could lead to overworking, which could eventually be fatal. So should we let this continue, even though when it's an employee's own personal choice? So I will take your POI now.
Can I go first?
Yes.
Okay. You said that is, time's up, eh?
Sorry, 1 minute. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Instead of giving them a choice to sell their rights, do you, since you're opposing it, do you think that it would be better for them to commit suicide because they are already at their wits' ends instead of selling their rights? These are desperate times right now. Really.
Sorry for that. I couldn't answer your POI due to the 10 minutes. Thank you.
It's okay.
That's all from me.
Thank you.
All right. With that, let's prep for 1 minute as requested. So, and then we can start our reply speech. 1 minute starts now. Okay, your time is up. Opposition reply here.
Yes, am I audible? Okay. I'll start in.
Wait, isn't it the opposition turn
Yeah,
to give?
opposition reply. Or your government.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I was so confused. Yeah, opposition reply.
Okay, right. Okay, I'll start now, yeah? Okay. Good days, member of the floor. I will begin my reply speech by summarizing the points given by my team. First, the point I gave was a personal choice should not be encouraged when it harms oneself or people surrounding them. Secondly, it is to discourage counterproductivity. And lastly, it is unethical. As mentioned by the first leader of opposition, we have employees' rights for a reason. We are all humans and we do not need to, and we don't and shouldn't be worked as robots. As mentioned by the opposition whip, employers can provide financial aid. Even the government is providing financial help to those in need. So there are better alternatives to solve this financial problem. Furthermore, we believe this motion will lead to an infringement to human rights later on if the employees and the governments both take advantage of the motion and try to do things that is beneficial to them. I will now proceed with the government team's point that we discovered to be flawed in regard of the motion. We failed to catch a proper mechanism to set this motion forth. The mechanism kept popping up every time the speaker changes. We don't know of the inclusion and exclusion criteria. We lack context on why the government chose to stand with this motion. So many questions are left unanswered every time new points are given. Thus, we are not convinced with the arguments presented, unfortunately. Again, if we start to encourage people with this motion, especially employees who will be putting themselves in danger just to earn higher pay, like I said, it is basically us encouraging them to sell their soul to the devil for a supposed comfortable life. We don't even know if the pay they are getting will be that higher, which can support their family. Hence, I think that itself summarizes the opposition thought unanimously. Therefore, we would like to make our stance very clear once again that we in the opposition team strongly disagree to allow workers to sell their rights in exchange for higher pay, for example, health and safety protections, and right to maternity or paternity leave, etc. Thank you.
Here, thank you for that. Let's move on to the last speech. Government reply here.
Okay, can you hear me? All right. I'll start in 3, 2, and 1. Okay, so in my reply speech, I'll sum up the mechanism which was confusing to the opposition team. And also I'll summarize the points given by both sides as well as settle the clashes in this debate. So the mechanism on our part is that those who are willing to sell their rights definitely will get a significantly higher amount of salary, 2 times or 3 times of the minimum wage, for example. And they can also regain their rights. Meaning to say, if they wish to change, if they have a different thought after selling their rights, they can regain their rights. It's totally sensible to do that. And the points given by Gulf is that life is tough. It is true. It's accepted in both sides. Therefore, it is necessary for them to work that, to go for that, to sell the rights, to work for the extra hours because they do need it. For example, a single mother who needs to feed 4 children. And secondly, we talked about an equal exchange of labor and labor and salary and why it is necessary for that fair exchange. And thirdly, we talk about freedom of rights. Opposition mentions about safety and health of employees, as well as the social benefits that will help them in place of what we are trying to offer. So the clash now the clash is, first of all, productivity versus counterproductivity. We believe that the productivity finally wins on our side. Why? Because imagine if that mother, if there is going to work, is going to feed the family after the first job, because a job only allows you 8 hours. So she will need to work another job, and that will also lead to the same effect of having health risks, which will also disadvantage the first company to begin with. And therefore, we think that it is better to put that person in that one company with transportation costs not included, as well as more focused attention, which is better. And secondly, on freedom of choice, there is freedom of choice on our part, whereas there's lack of freedom of choice on their side. And finally, there is more possibility to success on our side, where there's less on opposition. Why do I say so? It's because, as I've mentioned in my speech, for an employee to break off the cycle, there needs to be a long time spent. And by the time they reach that, they probably have aged and they are not able to do more, to do further. By allowing them to give it their best when they have the energy, by allowing them to achieve what higher pay, they're able to achieve the dreams that they want at a faster pace and a fairer pace. With that, I'm proud to propose. Thank you.
Thank you so much for government reply. Hold on. Thank you to the replies for the government side. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, we have reached the end of the debate session. We hope you had an excellent time watching the debate session. And the speakers, and we'd like to sincerely thank you for tuning in. However, the participants are required to enter another room for the feedback and results. For the audience, the results will be announced soon. So stay tuned. Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. It is great to see everyone here again. I am sure all of us can agree that the last debate was interesting, as is all our debate sessions so far. What do you think of it, Mai?
Well, I like to eat in front of the camera when I am enjoying things, and I did just that during the debate session. So you can guess how enjoyable it was for me.
Yes, yes. I can see that you really enjoyed. Now, without further ado, let me introduce the motion for the next session.
Actually, you know what? Since you introduced the motions for the past two sessions, it is time for me to stand in the spotlight. Let me introduce it to everyone. For the next motions, this House will prohibit all private healthcare. We hope you enjoyed the debate sessions. Ladies and gentlemen, we will proceed on with the debate sessions. Thank you.
Number 3, the allocated time for reply speech is 3 minutes and 1 minute will be given in prior for preparation with no POIs from opposing side. With that, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to invite the Prime Minister to open up the case for today's motion. This House would prohibit all private healthcare. Hear, hear.
Hello, am I audible and visible?
Yes, you are.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A very good evening to all members of the floor. Regarding these motions, we, the government teams, fully support these motions because the because quality of life should be improved. Moving on, allow me to address a few things in order to establish our case today. First, the reason we're debating these motions because Malaysia is ready to apply this policy because we have enough and adequate facility and staff to handle such chronic cases, as well as because non-COVID patients will be transferred to private hospital immediately, where the government can now focus more to chronic patients. Next, as the achievement for today's debate, we want to show that this policy is beneficial in Malaysian healthcare systems. Hence, we want the oppositions to prove to us by show to us why this policy should not be implemented. So, moving on, allow me to address the scope for these motions. First, before we go into the scope, allow me to define very important terms in this debate. First, the prohibit, which is to officially refuse or not allowing some things to happen. We will prohibit all the private healthcare from handling patients with chronic conditions. So what kind of chronic conditions we are talking here is the conditions where the patients only have 1 year or more life to spare and require ongoing medical attention or limited activity of daily living or both. Chronic disease such as COVID-19 patient, heart disease, cancer, diabetes, and chronic kidney disease. Second is private healthcare, where it's defined as health service not provided by the government, often paid out of pocket by the people itself. So in here, we will focus the private hospital in Malaysia. So now moving on to the scope, where we are, like I said earlier, we are focusing to private hospital. We're going to apply the government policy where the private hospital have to immediately transfer the chronic patients to the government hospital when they are first diagnosed in their hospital. Once it's identified that patients are chronic patients, they have to immediately transfer the chronic patients by referral. So who are involved in this policy is the medical officer in both government and private hospital, as well as the chronic patients. So according to the Professor Elizabeth Quinn from the University of California, said that one of the states in United States have United States as origin have applied these implements where they start to implement the policy in which private care services should not be provided the treatment for chronic patients. The rate of errors decreased by 11.1%. Now, allow me to go to my first argument, which is unnecessary unnecessary treatment. Ladies and gentlemen, when a patient was diagnosed with a chronic disease in a private hospital, the doctors there tends to give unnecessary treatments. So because there are lack of experience or they are having no inadequate specialists to actually monitor the patients, so they give like a lot of unnecessary treatment. So these unnecessary treatments actually cost a lot to the patients. So it's actually draining out the patients' money. So and then like I said earlier, the private have less experience and they have no adequate specialists. So hence they tend to make a lot of error. And like I said earlier, the
state in origin in the United States where they apply their policy, they decrease this error by 11.1%. So with this, before I end my speech, we believe that this policy, we believe that prohibiting private healthcare in handling for chronic patients because quality of life should be improved more. Thank you.
Thank you, Prime Minister, for your speech. Without further ado, I'd like to invite the Leader of Opposition to get the case started for their side. Here.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Okay, thank you. A very good morning to the honorable educators, cautious timekeeper, members of the government team, and my fellow teammates. Firstly, I would like to redefine the definition of private healthcare. The private healthcare sector is made up of hospitals and clinics which are run independently. Funding is by patients themselves, by insurers, or by foreign embassies. Private hospitals are commonly part, though in varying degrees, of majority of healthcare systems around the world. Prohibiting the healthcare system provides various limiting factors. Do you think our nation could survive without a private healthcare system? I believe removing the private healthcare sector would potentially cause our healthcare system to collapse. This is why my house rejects the motion that all private healthcare should be prohibited and will be outlining the importance of private healthcare system. The private sector plays an important role in most of the world's healthcare systems. Its role is expanding in many countries. The public sector provides a mix of goods and services, including direct provision of health services, medicines and medical products, financial products, training for health workforce, information technology, infrastructure, and support services like health facility management. As a result, most countries have mixed health systems where a mix of public and private providers deliver health-related goods and services. The governance arrangements deployed to steer mixed delivery differ greatly from those used to manage systems that exclusively rely on public services. In countries with well-established regulations of the private sector and good regulatory capacity, governments use a range of regulatory and financial policy tools to steer mixed delivery of health services in the public interest. For example, the use of capitation contracts to manage service access and service costs. In contrast, in countries where the development of private sector regulation is limited and regulatory capacity is not strong, the private health sector and mixed health system often do not voluntarily operate in a way that is consistent with a country's health goals and objectives. This is a problem that goes back at least 25 years in the context of efforts to increase private health sector involvement in healthcare. One thing I would like to point out is Malaysia has been recognized as the health and medical tourism destination of the year for 3 consecutive years from year 2015 to 2017 by the International Medical Travel Journal. The National Transformation Program 2017 annual report also noted that country was eyeing to generate hospital revenue of 2.8 billion ringgit Malaysia by 2020, with target markets in Indonesia, Myanmar, China, and Vietnam. So, how is this related to private healthcare? According to the 11th Malaysia Plan notes that the number of visitors traveling to Malaysia for purposes of medical treatment rose from 392,000 in 2010 to 770,000 in 2013 and 882,000 in 2014, with revenues growing significantly faster than the named 10th Malaysia Plan target of 10% a year. This increases our national revenue. This in turn allows our healthcare system to improve in terms of quality. No, thank you. See, sufficient funding will allow our healthcare system to have the latest and most efficient technology and equipment that is on par with other countries. This shows that private healthcare has significantly boosted the economy of our country. And therefore, this is why my house firmly rejects the motion that all private healthcare should be prohibited. Thank you.
Thank you for your speech. Now, to continue the argument from side government, let us welcome the Deputy Prime Minister. Hear, hear.
Wait for a minute. Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes, you're audible.
Okay, thank you. Thank you to Mr. Speaker and members of the floor. So regarding this motion, as a government team, we believe that it should be supported because the quality of life should be improved. Now, the main case from the government team today is that we are trying to say that we are trying to approach with this policy that we believe should be implemented. And for this motion, we believe, as been stated by my Prime Minister, we believe that it should be applied in Malaysia for chronic patients only. So that is what we are trying to approve today. That is what we are trying to achieve today. And for the cases of government team, we have already stated that these things should be implemented because how we want to show that all the errors coming from the private health sectors. Therefore, we believe that all chronic patients should be handled first by the government. These things should be tried to be implemented first in our initiative so that we can see how it will take into effect. We are not denying the private health. We are not denying the private health benefits. We are trying to say that the errors in the private health should be come first. Now, addressing all the issues coming from the opposition leader, we can see that how she talked about the private health sectors has many facilities, and therefore in Malaysia we have the system in which it is a mixture of the services for government and private health sectors. Yes, I know that that's what your point, but right now we are trying to say that is not the main issue here. The main issue here is that we are trying to highlight all the errors that the private health sectors has done when it comes to handling the patients that are with chronic illness. So we believe that it is best for now that government handle all these chronic patients first. Private health sector still can operate as usual. And how she stated regarding that we should promote by using medical tourism, therefore, and sufficient fundings for private healthcare should be implemented. This is actually very, very contradictory with what the motion is about. The motion is, right now we are discussing whether or not in our house, or the government house, we are discussing whether or not that this we are discussing that this private health sector should not be taking care of the chronic health patients. So that is what the government is trying to prove. For the opposition, they keep saying about the how they should
provide the benefits for the private healthcare, which is really not satisfying and not clashing with our arguments. Now, moving on to my own case under the points which is the private health issues. So you can see that there are a lot of issues we can see the private healthcare that are available in the private healthcare issues. First of all, regarding how they always like mishandling of the patients, and you can see that right now, even in the cases of COVID-19, we can see that a lot of COVID-19 patients with critical illness are actually being cared by the government hospital first. So that's why we believe that maybe private hospitals still can operate and they can actually just focus on handling the normal cases first instead of the chronic patients first, because while there are a lot of issues, first of all, we can see that there is a challenge in which they have lack of employee engagements, because employees in private healthcare sectors which handles the chronic patients, they are often very new in this healthcare line, and also they need to be we can see that one of the biggest disadvantages is regarding the high cost treatment for the management of these chronic patients. So we can see that actually when we're comparing the cost for the treatments for chronic patients in the private healthcare sector and the normal public government hospital, we can see that it's actually the government's healthcare services which handles the chronic patients are actually very much cheaper. So we believe that it's actually very unequal for people to actually go to private hospitals when handling chronic when they are facing with chronic illness, because it's actually very unfair to them, because they have to pay a lot more higher costs when compared to going to the government hospital where all the costs are actually very subsidized. So we believe that is the one of the benefits coming from the government for government hospitals. And also we believe that private healthcare has also limited network, in which that they have actually that private hospital facilities have limited forms of insurance, and even some insurers acknowledge that certain hospitals, such as more likely government and certain hospitals such as government actually provide more insurance compared to the private hospitals. And also coming to the second point under my point is regarding the solution. So the solution that the government is trying to approach right now is that by applying this policy, we believe that this policy should be applied, in which we will see that all the chronic patients, when they have been diagnosed by the people in the private hospitals, will be transferred right back to the government hospital instead of private, so that private hospital can just focus on handling the case. This is to ensure that we can minimize the errors that is done by the private hospital. So we believe that government hospital, who is very well equipped, will just handle the cases first. And also, we as the government team believe that this motion should be supported because we want to improve the quality of life for the chronic patients. And with that, I rest my case. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Prime Minister. Next, I'd like to invite the Deputy Leader of Opposition to present their speech. Hear, hear.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Give me a minute. A very good morning to the Honorable Adjudicator, Precise Timekeeper, members of the government team, and my fellow teammates. I'm going to be proving to you that even if you can see through the government's framework of prohibiting the private healthcare sector, we, the opposition, are still better. But first, let me rebut the government's points. If the government actually did their research, they would have known that through the Prevention and Control of Infectious Disease Act 1988, the Ministry of Health Malaysia actually adopted an emergency ordinance to instruct private hospitals to receive COVID-19 patients. But previously, did you see how haywire and non-systematic the government healthcare system was? There was not enough beds, there was not enough treatment and space for chronic diseases actually, and this is how the healthcare system would look like if the private healthcare was abolished. Yes, I do agree that medicine is a right and the quality of life should be improved. That's why having the
private healthcare will improve the entire healthcare system and not deteriorate it. If the government wants to preach about medicine and healthcare being a right and not a privilege, they are basically stripping away the privilege that the underprivileged people have from them. Once the government has taken over, the government hospitals will most likely will be corrupted. Have you heard of the phrase work come corrupt? Money will play a role in the government hospital. Privileged people will still get the treatment in an unfair way through bribery. Rejected. There wouldn't be first come first serve rule that we currently have today. The reason why the government hospital are not overworked or overburdened today is because we have the private sectors to assist them and balance it out. Private healthcare system raises the standards of the government healthcare. Now let's actually be realistic. If the private sector is gone, privileged people would actually be taking away the opportunity from the underprivileged people from getting treatment at the very moment. Yes, there is equal treatment sometimes, but how do you consider it to be equal if there is going to be a long waiting list of everyone? So with the private healthcare sector being present, privileged people would not be stealing the spots of underprivileged people. Money speaks in this country. Money is the drive of motivation, right? So we can't be only looking at the bright side of having a universal healthcare system. Now let's move to my first point. Prohibiting the private healthcare can actually degrade the quality of service. A higher patient demand could equate to longer waiting times for care. In countries where universal healthcare is present, it isn't unheard of for patients to wait in upwards of 2 to 3 months to see a specialist. For providers, this increased demand creates a massive burden as how to categorize patients in a manner that allows those with most critical needs to benefit for the treatment first. Furthermore, an increased strain on the medical practices and clinics means less personalized care and increased chances of mistakes of malpractice. Do you know how many death cases there has been because of the negligence and no doctors being available at the very moment? Recent studies of medical errors have estimated errors may account for as many as 251,000 deaths. Yes.
Okay, you said just now that the government have highwired. If highwired, how come today we managed to suppress 80% of vaccination rate?
That's because there was an involvement of private sector now, but previously there wasn't. So you can see how unsystematic the government sector was actually. So moving on, imagine if all the private sectors are then prohibited. Can you even imagine how much more this number of cases will increase? Also, the number of patients will spike instantly once this happens. So then doctors and nurses will have to work day and night on a busy schedule. This means their goal changes into treating as many patients as possible rather than properly diagnosing them. As a result, the quality of service drastically reduces. It eliminates choices, but isn't quality better than quantity, right? This is why if you go to European countries, you don't have a say in who treats you or when you get treated. In the private healthcare system, if the private healthcare system is abolished, the government will cram down doctors that they must serve you at a particular that they must serve you at a particular price, especially people who are studying medicine right now. They have options to negotiate their rates, right? At the end of the day, it's their career we are talking about. So having a universal healthcare system, they may not be able to do so. Thus, reducing the amount of doctors, making it scarce in our country. Are we all going to take that risk just to abolish the private healthcare system, even if it's for chronic diseases? Being a doctor or surgeon may not look like a lucrative career anymore, and we can only dream that there'll be a high number of doctors in the near future if the private healthcare system was abolished. This is the end goal for the government, and it is a definite losing game for them. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Leader of the Opposition, for your speech. Now, we would like to invite the government whip to respond to the opposition case. Hear, hear.
Am I audible and visible?
Yes, you are.
All right. Okay, a very good morning. I bid to everyone present here. There are 3 things that I'll be doing as a whip. Firstly, I will clarify the context of the debate and provide rebuttals. Secondly, I will compare both cases brought by both of the House and tell you why we actually understand this debate better. Thirdly, I will show you the outcome of this debate and reaffirm our stand. As government team, we fully support our motion, which is this House would prohibit all private healthcare because quality of life should be improved. All right. So, as the context of this debate is to find the final decision determining whether actually private healthcare should be prohibited or not. And does it actually, by prohibiting all private sector, which we specify into handling chronic patient, actually give positive effect to our community and our country? And hence, the opposition team should give their reason on why actually private hospitals are so beneficial until they don't want to prohibit them. And from what I heard from the government team, actually they only mentioned one benefit of private hospital, which actually does not give big impact on what they big impact on the reason that they come to debate our motion. Next, I will provide rebuttals one by one. According to the Jessica Arnold, is an associate director for an NHS clinical commissioning group. A policy change is needed to burgeoning the opportunistic group of private providers as a solution on the issues related with private healthcare sector. That's why we come up with a policy whereby actually we should prohibit all private healthcare, which we focusing on the handling chronic patient. Because we think that there are disadvantages such as unnecessary treatment, issues with private hospital, and that's why actually the chronic patient should refer to government hospital. And firstly, the leader of opposition kept mentioning about the medical tourism. Yes, actually, we can see that the leader of opposition did not engage with our debate, and we actually want to enhance the quality of life of patient by prohibiting the private healthcare that focusing on chronic patient only. So there's no issue with the medical tourism because we only apply in Malaysia. And also the deputy leader of opposition keep mentioning about the overburden of doctor in government sector. Actually, we keep mentioning about the handling chronic patient only, such as the COVID patient and the chronic patients in last stages. And regarding the high wire, also had mentioned just now, had asked by our government team, because how come we manage to suppress the 80% of vaccination rate today? Because actually government should handle and take care of all these chronic cases, because we think that in the private sector they have a lack experience of doctor and cost a lot of money, and this is very unfair for those who is low income, because they also need to be treated. They also need to have a good quality of treatment. So this is very unfair for them. So what if we come up with better solution whereby we actually prohibit the private sector, private healthcare from handling the chronic patient, and we refer it to the government sector. And the benefit is that we don't have any delay surgery, and the reason that actually the status quo why we want to implement this policy whereby to prohibit private sector from handling chronic patient is that we from what issue that currently has is that the private sector actually some private sector actually transfer the chronic patient to the government because they actually don't want a high mortality rate in their hospital. So the transfer process actually takes a very long time and will delay the surgery process of patient. Isn't it like very sad? Because the documentation, the confidentiality of patient actually is a concern. So what we can do as a government, what we suggest, what we want to implement is that to actually prohibit all private sector from handling chronic patient. Instead of that, we come up with a policy which is directly refer to the government sector to treat all these patients. And also that's why we come up with three argumentation, which is two disadvantages of private healthcare, which is unnecessary treatment due to the draining out of money and lack experience of a doctor, and also the issues related with private hospitals, such as the transferring process that related with high mortality rate, and also lastly our policy which is directly refer to the government hospital with the monitoring proper monitoring. So therefore, before I end my speech, I would like to conclude that we as a government team firmly support our motion, which is this house prohibit all private sector private healthcare because quality life should be improved. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, let us invite the opposition whip to present their speech. Hear, hear.
For me, that's sorry for the delay. A very good Can you hear me, please?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. Thank you. Very good morning to the honorable educators, cautious timekeeper, members of the House, and my fellow teammates. The Prime Minister of the government has stated quality of life should be improved. Government has enough adequate facilities. The PM has misconstrued the motion that private healthcare is prohibited to treat chronic illnesses only. That is not the motion. The motion has stated all private healthcare is prohibited. All, not only chronic illnesses. She has only given us reasoning why private healthcare system should not adjourn to chronic illness, which is not the reasoning we supposedly have to assume to back up the motion of the House. She has stated private hospital has no adequate professionals, which is completely false. Do you think people who have to work in private hospital have to have years of experience are way more capable of handling this than people who have in government where there are junior doctors who have only came up now. No, the junior doctors who have only come up now. No, right? Compared to the specialists who are adequate enough to handle all these chronic illnesses they have been stating again and again. Healthcare facilities have years of experience to handle all these things. You need specialization to handle chronic illnesses. A junior doctor from a government hospital isn't going to handle all of this. And the DPM's points of debate were similar to the PM, which is a misconstrued motion again. The DPM has stated there are errors in private healthcare system, but has not given even one example. What is the error? What is the error that is happening? And the DPM has brought the COVID-19 situation and stated healthcare as professionals, lack professional, which is contradiction to his points. The big issue we had in the past year is the government hospitals did not have enough manpower to handle the COVID-19 patient. Stated by the Dr. Noor Hisham himself, we are currently underfunded, understaffed, underpaid, and overstretched, overcrowded with patients. Even the long, detailed speeches of both the PM and DPM still have not received a reason why all private healthcare systems should be prohibited. I've only had random shots of words without actual backing. I oppose the prohibition of all private healthcare. I oppose the prohibition of all private healthcare systems to be prohibited. The government whip has stated we only have one reasoning, which is the medical tourism, which is false. We have said medical tourism, tax revenues, the degradation of quality of healthcare system if private healthcare is prohibited, and also we have also stated the compulsion of healthcare workers if there is no private healthcare system. Malaysia is identified as the healthcare industry as one of the major contributors in the services of exports. Revenue coming from medical tourism is important to ensure that it remains a significant contributor to the country's economic development. The revenue from medical tourism Malaysia grew from 299 million in 2008 to 511 million in 2011, and it's still growing till the 2020. But only during the COVID time that foreigners couldn't come to Malaysia. But throughout the years, there have been so many. Sorry, no. And again, as I stated, in the form of tax revenues, where private healthcare system has brought a lot of tax income to the country, and the private practitioners of doctors have brought so many taxes to this country. And are we going to prohibit private practitioners of doctors too when we say that all private healthcare system is prohibited? And are we going to reduce their incomes too in this country? And there is a long line of, as I said, the reduction of quality is why we need private healthcare system. There is a perfect separation between the private healthcare system and the government system. Now that people who are privileged can go to private healthcare system and receive a good quality, and people who are underprivileged can receive a good quality. When we combine all of it together to have a universal healthcare system, we are only reducing the health, promoting a better life, right? We're only reducing it by forcing underprivileged people to compete with the privileged people in a one-term healthcare system. And it just goes against all of their points where they say we have to have a better life for them. But the only thing they have been saying is a better life for them. But having a merge of this is just giving them worse time and a worse long line wait, and having them to suffer from months of waiting through the healthcare system. And thank you. I would like to end this. Thank you. And I would like to say we oppose.
That concludes the substantive part of the debate. Now teams are given 1 minute to prepare for the reply speeches. Now, I'd like to invite the reply speaker from side opposition to present their speech. Here.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Okay. This was a very messy debate, and hopefully I can make it easier for all of you. Firstly, I'm going to point out the best point from the government side and the best point from our side. And let me tell you why our best point is still better than the government's best point. Previously, we showed you that being a doctor or surgeon may not look like a lucrative career anymore if the private healthcare system is abolished. And we can only dream that there will be a high number of doctors in the future if the private healthcare system is abolished. What's the point of having a universal system if there is a decrease in number of doctors and also degraded healthcare service? The government's best point is that everyone is accessible to healthcare and they care about the quality of life for patients and all. But what is the point of everyone getting access to healthcare with degraded service, having a long waiting list, and probably getting treated after months of getting diagnosed? Okay, let's just say if we do go through with the government's framework, if all chronic diseases, I don't know why they keep saying chronic diseases when the motion clearly states all private healthcare sector. So anyways, if we go through the government's framework, if all chronic diseases were to be sent to the government sector, there will be cases of overworking and overburden of doctors in the government sector itself. So why don't we have a balance? Imagine both the privileged and underprivileged people going to the government sector. How is that fair for everyone? I don't understand the government's end goal here. They want all patients with chronic diseases to go to the government hospital, but at the same time want good quality and good service. I'm not sure which fantasy land they are living in, but definitely not in this country. You can never get that. How does all the patients with chronic diseases going How does all the patients with chronic diseases going to the government hospital speed up the process of treatment and process of diagnosis? Isn't their point backfiring on them? How are patients going to get equal treatment? You expect them to wait for months, is it? Also, just to clarify, public or private healthcare doctors go through the same amount of years of education and housemanship, so there is no evidence that the government can say that doctors in the private healthcare system are not as good or as trained. Why don't we look at the private healthcare system as a healthy competition rather than our enemy? They are actually helping our government healthcare sector to improve in a way. How do you expect the government to subsidize every single surgery and treatment on their own? We should be looking at the private sector as a complementary system. The private sector complements the government. In our situation, our side prioritizes the quality of service and the future of medicine, and we are so proud to oppose. Thank you.
And now, to conclude this debate, I'd like to invite the reply speaker from side government. Here.
Hello, can you hear me and see me?
Yes.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, representing my team for the last time, my speech will be divided into two levels, in which the first level, I will address all the flaws coming from the opposition team, and on the second level, I will show why the government case is better. Right now, what we as the government team are trying to do is we are trying to narrow down the scope for this motion, in which we believe that the chronic patients should be handled by the government hospitals, not the private hospitals. We are not denying the benefits of the private hospital. We only say that the chronic patients with chronic disease should only be handled by government hospitals. Why? Why did we raise this issue? Because why? The main issue here right now is that a lot of private hospitals in Malaysia always transfer chronic cases to government hospital. That is the main issue right now. But however, all the members of the opposition team fail to actually address this issue, and they fail to address why actually the private hospitals should actually be allowed to just handle the chronic patients as well. Coming from the first opposition, where she stated that where she is not actually engaging with our cases, where she only just lists down all the benefits for the private healthcare. And of course, we are not denying the private healthcare benefits. We just believe that due to the issues regarding the chronic patients, that's why we believe that the government sector should be focusing more on this. And also how she stated regarding the medical tourism. And this is actually very contradictory with the motion, because right now there is not the things that are being engaged by the government. So therefore, the first opposition has flawed argument. And regarding how the second opposition stated about the long waiting list in the government hospital, so that is why the private sector should be allowed to. However, don't you think that actually the same for the long waiting list is actually very, very dismissible, because it's actually very, very same thing that happens in the private sector as well. In fact, there are a lot of cases where the patients with chronic illness actually had to be transferred to the government hospital. Because why? Because of the long waiting list that happens in the private sectors as well. And this is very, very dismissible. And how come they say that the government system is actually very, very haywire, when we have already stated that 80% of the cases, as we stated by my Prime Minister, 80% of the cases actually have been solved by the government healthcare system. And also, you need to realize that it's actually very unfair it's actually unfair for them just to bring out the benefits for the private hospitals, because why? Private hospital actually very one-sided benefits, which is only for people with high income, and it's actually very, very expensive. So that's why they cannot actually just say that they need to realize that even like for patients need to go overseas, like who is going to sponsor that? The patients themselves, right? So, and how the third opposition stated regarding that professional doctors have experience in private hospitals, that's actually really, really same in the government hospital as well. In fact, government hospital have lots of have professional and experienced doctors as well. And are you sure only junior doctors will treat the patient only? We have the consultant specialists, medical officers during the ward rounds as well. And we as the opposition team, we as the government team, we did not deny the revenue of the private hospital. We just want to prohibit the private healthcare from handling the chronic patient illness, in which we have already stated due to the disadvantages for the chronic patients to actually pay for the high cost for treatments in the private sectors. And we have already stated regarding the lack of professional doctors to handle the chronic patients in the private healthcare sectors. And we have already stated in our case the mishandling of the chronic patients in the private hospital. However, all these points has been failed to be engaged by the opposition team. And that's why we believe that our case is better and this motion should be supported because we need to improve the quality of life of the patients. And with that, I rest my case. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, with that, we have reached the end of this debate session. We hope you had an excellent time watching the speakers, and we'd like to sincerely thank you for tuning in. The results as well as the feedback will be announced shortly, so stay tuned. Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. So let's talk a little about the previous session. Now, I am not a big fan of private, no, public healthcare since I want to be a healthy person as long as I live.
I think that's what all of us want, to live healthily for as long as we can. So this is not your only dream, Mai.
Well, you don't need to expose me like that. I am just reading the script.
That sentence is scripted as well.
Alright, let's just forget about it. On to the main topic.
Right, so prohibiting all private healthcare. Well, in my personal experience, it usually takes me around an hour or so to get my medication from a public hospital. I expected the same in a private one, but it only took me around 10 minutes. So this one is a startling difference.
I am sure the audience has experienced it before, so it is not a revelation, so to speak.
Oh my, I'm just following what the script says. Don't expose me like that.
Well, now you're just exposing yourself.
Right, whatever. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a short break and we will see you back here again at 1 p.m. Thank you. Welcome everyone. Let's get back to the debate session. This House will not allow religious exemptions from vaccines. Ladies and gentlemen, we hope you enjoy the debate session. We will proceed on to the debate session. Thank you.
Given prior for preparation. With that, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to open up this debate by inviting the Prime Minister to open up the case for side government on the motion we are debating today. This House would not allow religious exemptions from vaccines. Hear, hear.
Hello. Is my sound audible?
Yes, you are.
Okay. Okay. Good morning to the respected moderator, cautious timekeeper, honorable judge, members of the opposite team, and members of the floor. Before I put forward my case today, I would like to define today's motion. This House not believe. Sorry. Okay. So let me define the not allowed. So according to the Cambridge Dictionary, not allowed to say officially that something cannot be accepted because it has not been done in the correct way. And on the other way, not allowed also means that we are also let the people have a choice. There will be some restrictions on their life who will be different from the usual person. So for example, if you didn't get the vaccinated, your routine activity are being restricted as what is ongoing in Malaysia. So the religious exemptions means that the special permissions not to do or to pay something due to the religion aspect. And vaccine, we are here to refer to any types of vaccine. So today, we at the government side strongly believe that this House will not allow the religious exemptions from vaccine. So as we know, the COVID outbreak is now ongoing, and around more than 10,000 cases of COVID cases are rising every day. And around 24,565 deaths in the past 2 years due to this COVID-19 emergency situation. So religion influences decisions on vaccinations, and religion objections is often used by parents as an excuse to avoid the vaccinations of their children. So some studies show that the number of religious exemptions has been increasing, and eventually leading to vaccine preventable disease outbreak such as mumps outbreak and a lot of outbreak in the past decade. Ladies and gentlemen, today, as a first speaker, I will be talking to you about the main issues regarding the social aspect. And our second speaker will be talking to you about the second or third point regarding the economic issue. Regarding the religious issue. And our third speaker will sum up in our team case. So first of all, why I agree with this motion, this is because we need to ensure everyone's safety. Vaccination is considered to be one of the greatest public health achievements. So this is not only to against the emergency situation, this is also to prevent the disease to outbreak. So our government will prioritize human life and also prevent the outbreak of the pandemic. We need to solve this kind of emergency and do not want to wait until the wave happens. Sorry, you may ask.
Madam, please justify how will the religious exemption from vaccines cause a pandemic outbreak when only a minority of them use this as an excuse and most of them surrounding the society has already received their vaccination.
Okay, so I will explain in my next point. Thank you. So this is only the prevention that could not come out for our citizens all over the world. So why I agree with this motion, this is because vaccine can reduce the mortality in this critical and emergency situation. We have experienced 3 outbreaks in history, at least 3 outbreaks in history, such as the Great Plague of London, Black Death, and smallpox. So like we need to ensure the population gets the herd immunity to stay safe as well as the other. So if you refuse to take vaccine, you are contraindicated and you are not a good not getting vaccinated. Those who are vaccinated, even though they are get the COVID. So on what religion that stop the practitioner from getting vaccinated? Later we were talking about it. So the herd immunity is very important. Protect yourself and other. Okay, so let me talk about some social aspect. So regardless of what religion you are as this very situation very urgent. If you do not take the vaccination, you are actually endanger others. So if people choose not to take vaccine, they here we are the government side have some restriction in movement until the situation is getting better. So how we could apply this policy? We can maybe learn from Singapore. There are more stricter and stricter choices towards the towards our need to safety, need to protect others. So we do not really force and punish the person who insists not to take the vaccine. We just restrict the person not to go anywhere and not to harm others. And some restricted policy may will apply later. So in short, our motion today is defined as this how will not allow religion exemptions from vaccine. Our DPL will elaborate more 2 points. Okay, so thank you for listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Prime Minister, for your speech. Without further ado, I'd like to invite the Leader of Opposition to begin the case for side opposition. Hear, hear.
Can I hear? Can you guys hear me?
Yes, you're audible.
All right, thank you. Okay. First and foremost, I would like to express my disappointment towards the first speaker of the government team. To start off, a debate with very misleading facts is very questionable. But before that, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, Madam Chair Speaker, honorable judges, accurate time speaker, loyal teammates, worthy opponents. My name is Aruna and I am arguing against the topic. Today, we are debating on this motion that this House believes that vaccines exemption should not be given to people with religious beliefs. We agree with the definition given by the government. Anyways, moving on. We, the opposition team, believe that the motion for today is false. With that being said, I would like to tell you why. The statement by the Prime Minister was very inaccurate. Firstly, she said there was 3 outbreaks till date. And she also said that people with who says no to vaccine with the religious beliefs as the reason is also a main cause to these outbreaks. And it is very wrong, and I would like to explain why. So I'm going to prove to you that our stance still stands by the end of the debate today with our 3 points. As the first speaker, I will be talking to you about the religions that actually discourage their followers to take the vaccines. Our second speaker would be talking from individual levels, it will violate human rights, and from all social level, it is a form of social stigmatization. Our third speaker will rebut all points given by the government and sum up the 3 points given by us and stand with our team's case. Now, I'm going to discuss my point. Before the government goes all ballistic on me, hear me out. Based on the research done by World Health Organization in 2018, the Muslim religion have declared vaccines that contain pork-derived products to be unacceptable because in Islam, consuming pork is forbidden, which leads to my second statistic. Only 2.8% out of all vaccines contain pork derivatives. The number of vaccines that are created for a particular disease is not only one. For example, there is around 6 vaccines created for the COVID-19 virus. And in that 6 vaccines, only Sinovac was known to have pig derivatives in their vaccine testing, which means there are other available vaccines made to accommodate people with Islamic beliefs. Despite that, Islam in the United States has not opposed vaccination under the principle of necessity, meaning that vaccines are necessary for health, so they cannot be prohibited against by the religious law. In 2017, Islamic leaders signed the Dakar Declaration on Vaccination, a document explaining the necessity for vaccination to protect children from infectious disease and laying out religious jurisprudence against the use of vaccines. It basically boils down to the need of vaccines, the historical precedent for vaccination, and the responsibility of parents to do what is best for their children. In this case, Islamic religion actually encourages their followers to receive the vaccine. Another point is that the only faith that does not allow vaccines completely are Christians that rely on the faith of healing, including small Christian churches such as Church of the Firstborn, End-Time Ministries, Faith Assembly, Faith Tabernacle, and First Century Gospel Church. The population of the people with these religious beliefs is only 0.6% out of the world population of 7.9 billion. This means we are here debating whether or not we should allow rejected. This means we are here debating that whether or not we should allow this 0.6% of world population to be exempted from the vaccine. So yes, we the opposition strongly believe that the population of 0.6% should be exempted from taking the vaccine.
Your eye, please.
No. I would like to emphasize this. The opposition strongly disagree that religious exemptions should not be allowed from vaccines simply because the population that we are going against is extremely small. Only 0.8% out of 7.2 billion of the world population. Focusing all our efforts into making sure that they get their vaccines is extremely futile. We, the opposition, would like to propose few other alternatives that can encourage this population with religious beliefs to receive vaccines on their own terms and will instead instead of forcing them to do so, such as educational awareness campaigns through many platforms, providing incentives and prizes to those who choose to take the vaccine. So, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to conclude that me and my team strongly believes that the motion for today should fall, and we will continue to tell you why till the end of the debate. Thank you. My time is not moving.
Thank you for your speech. Now, to continue this debate, let's welcome the Deputy Prime Minister to continue the case for site government. Hear, hear.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, you're audible.
Okay, I will start now. Okay, good afternoon to our judge and Mr. Moderator and the opposition members and members from our government. Okay, so now we just have some similarities between the two sides. The first one, we also want to encourage the people who take the vaccines because we know that the safety of the person and towards towards the community is important. This is the first point. Second one, at least that at this point the opposition agrees to our definition. So which means that our government team states that if we don't allow it, we just restricted them. So in other words, in opposition side, if they allow these things to happen, they allow the small population of the people to go around and have the risk to spread the pandemic situation. Okay, so after we confirming this kind of similarity, let us go into the rebuttal. So at first, the opposition has already agreed that the small proportion of the Muslim citizens who are actually agreed based on the laws of necessity, so that actually the opposition towards for these Muslim citizens, they are actually also not allowed the person who have the religious exemption. Okay, at least okay, accepted.
I would also like to emphasize that Islamic is not only the religion available.
Yeah. This will also carry towards our point. So I would like to say that as the person for the Muslims, the opposition also agrees that there are no permission for the religious exemption. So let's see about this small area that the opposition wants to let us to discuss. Okay, so we also know that there are still other religions who accept for the vaccination, although they are not allowed to do this. Given an example, the person who are the Buddhists or they are Hinduists, they do not want to eat beef, but they also have the because the vaccine have one kind of things which is the gelatin. The gelatin may be composed by the pork or the cow. They are still taking the vaccination. So we put another severe situation. If the only cure is made of something which is made by the animals, then the vegetarian should take the cure or not to take the cure. So this is some of the ethics things that we need to discuss. But at this kind of things, they just say that, or just a small proportion only. So this small proportion we can tolerate them by not giving the vaccines. So at first, I would like to ask, like at first, if the Muslims who are really don't want to do this, are you still not allow them for not taking the vaccines? This is the first question. The second question is like, this is the small proportion only. We also think that this small proportion also might cause a big outbreak. Why would we say like this? Because we think that like at the very beginning of the pandemic in Malaysia, there's a small population who gets infected for COVID cases only. But until now, we can see the whole pandemic, the pandemic now is really getting severe. So we want these things to be prevented. We want to make sure all the person who get vaccinated with the religious exemption. So this is what our main point to be stated. And also, due to this kind of situation, we are actually not encouraging. We are actually not punishing them by pushing them to jail if they don't get vaccinated. We're just giving them a choice. Let's say if you don't want to really get the vaccine due to this religious issue, you will just like getting the further restricted by the government, like you cannot do this, you cannot do that, because we need to ensure everyone's safety. If you just restrict the person who didn't want to take the vaccines, no more spreading will just occur more easily. So in this situation, we have achieved our needs, which is to ensure everyone's safety. And also we also emphasize on human rights, as because the person who didn't want who are being restricted are not going to spreading the disease to others. So it also like protecting others from getting this kind of pandemic via this herd immunity. So that's all what I mean. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Prime Minister. Now, I'd like to invite the Deputy Leader of Opposition to present their speech. Here.
So, can you all hear me?
Yes, you're audible.
All right, so I will bid a very good afternoon to the educators, every member of the floor, my respected government team, and my loyal teammates. Today, we're here to debate over the motion this House will not allow the religious exemption from the vaccines. And as an opposition team, we strongly reject the motion. I, and the second speaker, is going to rebut the point from the government team and continue with our case to show how we stand throughout the debate. Just now, the government team said for the social aspects that vaccination is important to ensure everyone's safety and prevent the outbreak. But I just have a question. What if the government team force the religious exemption people from not taking the vaccine? What will happen in the end? To answer your question, we are also prioritize the human life, but we think further to do that. Do you think the consequence of forcing them taking the vaccine? Just now, the government team emphasized on the restrictions. So those who do not take the vaccine due to the religious, they just can stay in home instead of going outside. But this is only a short-term incentive. So what if they want to go for the work? Are you going to pay money for them? I don't think so. So our team is proposing a longer terms of incentive, which is providing the educational campaign, which is, I think, more effective for them. So moving to our first argument, from our side, we believe that from the individual level, by not allowing the religious exemption for the vaccine, it is a violation against the basic human right. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now living in a democratic country. We are not the autocratic government who are going to dictatorially force all people to take the vaccine despite the religion. This, according to United Nations, everyone has a right to vote for the best they think for the health. Today, we're here to saying about allow, not the word ban. Hence, we allow the religious exemptions because it is human right to choose what or even which vaccine they want. We are not forcing them to take the particular vaccines. We respect what they want. For example, some of the people, they refuse the vaccine just because it wanted against the religious belief, not they don't want. Let me set an example. In the Arabic Islam, many Muslims reject the pro-quake brand chickenpox vaccine because the vaccine claimed to having the pork fat. But when the MOH of the Islamic Arab changed the brand of pro-quake into the Varivax, which does not contain any pork fat, the acceptance on the vaccination rate increases by 39%. And this has proved that more religious people, they reject the vaccine due to the unacceptance to the ingredient, but not the fact they don't want. By giving the religious exemption, we are not letting them just only give the vaccine. We are giving the right to choose a better vaccine that can fulfill the religious belief and prevent the disease. Moving to our second argument, from the social aspect, we also believe that not allowing the religious exemption is going to create a social stigma. Not rejected. People who don't want to receive the vaccines will be unsatisfied and there will be rebellious actions or even protesters in the public. Ladies and gentlemen, I just want to bring your attention to the incident that happened in Canada 1 week past. In Canada, there is a crowd railing against the vaccinations due to the religious belief outside the Vancouver hospital that assaulting healthcare workers caused the delay the patients enter. Not to say the outbreak happened in London, rejected, that causes an injury more than 50 people. What will happen if we keep not allowing the exemption? This is going to disturb the social rhythm and most importantly going to have an impact on the economy. This is going to create a problem to the nation. Again, during this, by giving the religious exemptions, we can ensure the safety of the society and the nations besides respecting their right. We are going two birds with one stone. Why not? Again, ladies and gentlemen, we are here to emphasize that we are not anti-vaccinations. We just hope that the government don't ban everyone, right? Instead of keep accusing and forcing them to get the vaccines, which may pose a dangerous effect. Why not we just give the exemption, but with other alternative as mentioned by my opposition leader just now? Bear in mind that what we want is a win-win situation, but not a situation that only heavier for one side. To wrap up, we strongly believe that the motion today should fall due to our argument given based on the human right, populations, as well as the social stigmatizations. With that, I raise my case. Thank you.
Thank you for your speech. Next, we would like to invite the government whip to respond to the opposition case. Here.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Right. Okay.
A very good morning to the Honorable Adjudicator, esteemed timekeeper, members of the opposition team, and my fellow teammates. So the motion for today's debate, which is this House would not allow a religious exemption from vaccines, and we as the government team strongly and wholeheartedly agree with this motion. So before I begin, I would like to emphasize that we as the government team are putting forward the safety and well-being of the society before anything else, and we would like the opposition team to see that as well. So I will start off by rebutting the second speaker of the opposition team. And he rebutted my speaker saying that they are also prioritizing human life as well. However, they do not see this as an effective way to go about the problem, and they would rather go about it through educational campaigns or other alternative methods. And ladies and gentlemen, I would just like to say that educational campaigns are only effective if it's not a crucial situation. Are we going to wait for every disease, every outbreak to reach a crucial level? Then only we're going to put out educational campaigns and things like that. Yes, please.
If you say that additional campaign is not effective, and why now government of Malaysia is keep spreading the poster that encourages people to take the COVID-19 vaccine? So are you saying that educational campaign they have practiced long times ago is not effective at all? Thank you.
I'm trying to say that if it was effective, we would have 100% of people vaccinated right now, but we do not have that. And that is why we have reached the point where this is our last resort, and this is exactly what we need to do to handle the problem. So are we going to wait for every single outbreak to reach a crucial point like what our pandemic has reached right now, and then only think of this kind of alternative method? No. So we have to do something that is much, much more effective than just educational campaigns, because it has been proven to not be effective. So I'll now move on to rebutting his the second speaker's point. So he mentioned that it's a violation of human rights, and then everyone should have a right to choose whether they want to get vaccinated or not. And first of all, we are here as the government team, and what my second speaker has said, we're not taking away their human rights. We are basically saying that we are not allowing them to use religious beliefs as a reason to not get the vaccine, because it's not a valid enough reason. And if they still choose to do so, then they are not able to live their lives the same way as vaccinated people. So every action has its consequences. If you're still going to go ahead and use religious beliefs as your reason to not get vaccinated, then you will have to live with the consequences of your actions, meaning your much tighter and stricter regulations are going to be taken on your movement. So and this is to ensure that other people who have been vaccinated are able to live their lives properly, and they have their own human rights being protected as well. And besides that, I would like to point out that a lot of the speakers from the opposition team have pointed out a very useful point about how there are alternatives to vaccines, meaning there are vaccines out there that are halal, there are vaccines out there that are suitable for all religions. And that is exactly what we mean by why religious beliefs are not a good enough reason to not get the vaccine. That is because there are alternative vaccines out there where people are that suit your religion, for example. Okay, so I'll move on to rebutting his second point, which was people will rebel due to the dissatisfaction being forced to take the vaccine. So the reason why people will rebel is because they are not aware about how important it is and how crucial it is for them to get the vaccine. If they were aware that their lives and their loved ones' lives are put in at risk, if they know that the consequences of their actions are going to put all their loved ones' life at risk, and I believe that this is something that all religions also preach about, how it's important to do things that are that will not put will not put your loved one's life at risk, then I believe that this rebellion would not happen, and it's also something that we assume would happen. We don't even know if it will. So next, I will move on to rebutting the first speaker of the opposition team. She said that she pointed out a very good point, saying that only a small proportion of people are not vaccinated, and she also gave a lot of evidence about halal certified vaccines out there, and a lot of her arguments were all evidence-based, which was something that we as the opposition team completely agree and acknowledge, that only a small proportion of people are not vaccinated due to their religious beliefs. However, I think we're all aware about how important it is to achieve herd immunity, and how even a small proportion, no matter how small, can cause severe damage to the problem. So rather than just assuming that it's a small proportion and it wouldn't affect anyone, we want to prevent anything from becoming more severe. So to end my case, I would like to say that due to the presence of alternative vaccines that are suitable for all religions, and due to how important it is to get vaccinated, we believe that religious belief should not be a reason to not get vaccinated. It's not a valid enough reason. With that, I thank you.
Thank you. Now we would like to invite the opposition whip to present their speech. Here.
Right, Tess?
Yes,
Okay.
you're audible.
Thank you. So a very good afternoon. I greet to the honorable adjudicator, Mr. Chairperson, birthday opponents, and loyal teammates. So before I continue with my speech, I would like to reiterate to make it crystal clear that our opponent side stands on the firm ground in which we are not anti-vaccinations. We are only against the act of the government to force our citizens into a situation in which they don't like, in which they have a valid excuse, and we are offering a win-win solutions for these situations. So now my speech will be based on the three clashes in the debate just now. First is the freedom of choice, which is included under the human rights, and secondly is the life-saving and preventing spreading of the disease, and thirdly is which sides deal better with the promoting the vaccinations. Well, ladies and gentlemen, forcing someone into a situation they don't like is just like against his will. It's just like it's against the freedom of choice. What is the difference of forcing someone into taking vaccination when he has a religious issue with the early and forced marriage, as we can see in the news, as occurred in the Islamic Republic of Iran? Isn't it the same things? They are forcing the people into the situation in which they dislike. Instead, our side deal with this side better. We say that we are offering three mechanisms in which we can help to promote help them to make awareness about the vaccinations, and we say that they are the education awareness campaigns, and also we have to provide incentive and also the prices for those who change over their mind, because we realize that the small proportions who have a misunderstanding over their religion's belief is because due to the rumors of the internet, or due to their misunderstanding. This is because in fact the religion does not force people that they ban people from taking vaccine, just as the statistic set by opposition leader just now. Yes, you can.
You accept. Okay. So I would like to ask, if the person who use your way to like educate them and then tell them the price to be free, to make incentive to them, and then they insist not to take, what would you do?
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that is the point, because they also cannot justify that when they ban the religious exemption, the people will not take any exemption, any other excuse to avoid from the vaccine. Well, our side, we are a long-term relations. By promoting the awareness, by promoting the educations, we can encourage the people to take the vaccine. Even this idea can be spread to their kids or in the next generations. This also brings on to the next point, which is which sides deal better with the life-saving and preventing of the spread of diseases. Well, we can see that the side propositions is giving a weird concept in which they say, on one side they say that once herd immunity is reached, the pandemic can be ended. On the other side, they say that once when this small proportions of people is not taking vaccines, they are actually causing the pandemic outbreak. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we question the validity of these statements, because on our side, our opposition leader has also provided with the data in which only 0.6% of those who refuse to take vaccines due to their misunderstanding due to their religions. And we are aware of their rights. We are aware of their misunderstanding of this minority of people, and we are giving them choice. We are not banning them from taking any exemption, because the force is not in them. The force is in their misunderstanding. So we are providing a permanent choice, which will provide education and awareness campaigns. And here comes to the third point of the contentions. Which sides promote the vaccinations better? Well, ladies and gentlemen, in the pandemic, we are debating on a mutual understanding in which both sides of us also want to promote the vaccination. Well, ladies and gentlemen, their ways of promoting vaccination is a bit like of dictatorships. You force people into taking something they don't want because although they have a valid reasons, like because they believe that religions cannot allow them. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I can tell you that their ways will not stand, is not a solution for this problem because they will receive a backlash from the society, just as what we can see in the Australia now, because the government are forcing the people to take vaccinations, then there are a lot of riot in the street. In contrast, we are taking a win-win solutions in which we have a softer measure in order to encourage them to take the vaccination, even when we don't want, when still some minority of them refuse to take the vaccination, but we solve the problem for the majority. And ladies and gentlemen, we want to end with this. We want to end with by saying that religion is a principle that upheld by many people in their lives. Devout Muslims will even pray 5 times a week, and by forcing them to, by banning them from taking a religious exemption, you are actually denying their religions. With all that said, we are proud to oppose. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That concludes the substantive part of this debate. Teams are now given 1 minute to prepare for the reply speeches. The allocated 1 minute is up. Now I'd like to invite the reply speaker from side opposition. Here.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Now it is time to wrap up our debate. I first would like to answer the questions given out by the government. He said the reason of the spread of this COVID-19 was because of the small population who refuses to get vaccinated. But it is actually, the spread of this disease was actually because of the failure of ensuring restriction and SOPs and allowing the wave of election happening in Sabah, not because of the small population that refuses to take the vaccine. Are you actually blaming the small population of 2.8% globally is the reason to causing the spread of the disease? Now, due to limited time, I would like to elaborate deeply on one main clash rather than state several clashes. The government has said that they will force everyone to take the vaccine. This completely goes against the First Amendment Act. They were also not hearing us clearly and were trying to use our words against us. We said that the amount of religion that does not allow vaccines is extremely small. We provided all those evidences to show that many religion actually allows the vaccines. So to those people, so only a very small amount that does not. In this motion, we are talking about, the religious beliefs that we are talking about is an extremely very small group. So are we going to focus all our efforts at putting an exemption for this very, very small group? Does it make much sense, does it? I will now summarize and defend our case. We, the opposition side, has tried to explain why this motion cannot be supported. As the first speaker, I have already mentioned just now, I've clearly said that focusing on this small group of people is not worth it. I also provided few ways that the government could take to encourage this population with religious belief to receive vaccines on their own terms and will, instead of forcing them to do so, such as educational and awareness campaign. These campaigns are for the people, for the small population. These campaigns can be done through many platforms and government can also provide incentives and prizes to those who chose to take the vaccine. And my second speaker spoke to you about that it is really important to hear the voice of the people and not forcing them to be vaccinated. From individual levels, forcing the people to take the vaccine violates human rights. He also emphasized the importance of letting people have the freedom to choose. How would you feel if the freedom of choice is taken away from you? Furthermore, from social level, it is a form of social stigmatization, and this should be avoided at all counts and in all respects. We have indeed provided factual and real-life evidence as to why we believe this motion should not be supported. We as the opposition are the voice to the minorities and unsung voices of the nation. It's our job to stand for those who are being stepped on by the injustice system set by the government if they allow this motion to pass. We have presented an excellent case as to why supporting this motion would bring more harm than good to the small amount of people. With that, we rest our case. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, I'd like to invite the reply speaker from site government to conclude this debate. Here.
Is my sound audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Good afternoon to everyone. Here comes to my reply speech. So at first, I want to deny that the accusation from the opposition. We are not forcing people in extreme. We just don't allow them to go around if they don't take the vaccines. This is our main core of this motion. So today, from the both sides, we agreed that we want the people to stay safe. So, and let's see whose side has a more appropriate values. So our needs is to let people vaccinated as many as possible. We want this to reach to achieve a herd community. I know that the vaccines now still can't really prevent the pandemic to be spread well, but at least it can reduce the mortality and the hospitalization from the patients. And our side thinks that the religious exemption is just the accused who cannot be accepted. So we want to force them to, we are forcing them to take these vaccines. If not, we just restrict them. But they think that, but from the opposition, they think that the people can be understandable for not taking these vaccines. So, but let's see this urgent situation. Like the pandemic is already come here already. And then a lot today still have 10K of cases. And then you just think that, oh, this vaccine is not that important. So for this attitude, I think it's not understandable. Then let's see what they want to do. For the person who are Muslims, they agree that the law of necessity is exists from the Islamic thingy. So if the Muslims insist not to take the vaccine, I think from the opposition side, they also think that it shall not be an excuse not to take. So it also supports in our side, which thinks that this is not an exemption to not to take the vaccines. Then for the small proportion who are Christians, I don't really know what they are not taking until this point, but their motion is just to encourage and giving incentives to the person or encouraging the person. But what we see, the government in this situation, the real life, are still allowing the person not to take the vaccine and put the person at the risk for the pandemic to be extremely put the risk. So after then, if these kind of things are not going to overcome, the attitude is just waiting for another better vaccine or wait for other alternative issue. So their attitude is just wait. So the problem is there, but they are not overcoming these kind of issues. And lastly, the opposition say that the people are just a small proportion, but you think that a small proportion you guarantee not causing some problems. You just imagine this small proportion is just like a fire. It's like a tree. If a fire exists at there, the forest, they will just contribute to a fire forest. So we cannot really say that it is a small proportion and then we just deny the danger on it. We need to fully prevent these kind of things to happen. So this comes to our motion. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, with that, we have reached the end of this debate session. We hope you had an excellent time watching the speakers, and we'd also like to sincerely thank you for tuning in. The results as well as the feedback will be announced shortly, so stay tuned. Thank you very much.
Welcome back, everyone. We're going to have a lunch break very soon, but before that, let's talk a little about the previous session. What do you think about it, Mai?
It is a hot one.
Certainly. Anti-vaxxers are the first thing that comes into my mind. I am sure that the audience has a lot to say regarding anti-vaxxers.
Honestly, I don't understand why anti-vaxxers are a thing. I understand that religion comes into the big picture, but not getting vaccinated and transmitting the diseases to others due to religious reasons.
And that is why both of us are not debaters. Debaters are supposed to be able to think from both sides. And I am pretty sure both sides have their own opinions.
Yes, I know Fiona, but I am just the MC and I am trying to do a good job at it.
You're just reading the script.
And so are you.
Okay. Alright, I give up.
Yes, you're right, we should continue. Keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, this is only the start. We still have the semi-finals and also the grand finale. One cannot fathom the thrilling possibilities of excitement those 2 rounds might bring.
Yes, you are right. It's like watching gladiators fight against one another in an arena. And yes, I am repeating what I just said. But anyways, enough of us scrapping. I am sure that the audience is growing hungry by now. It's already 1:46.
Yes, thank you for reminding us about that. You were the one who started it. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, we hope you enjoyed the session just as much as we do. We will be taking a lunch break for 1.5 hours before we come back to officially start the next debate session.
Before you take your leave, we will have an online talk session at 2:30 p.m. with 2 of our lecturers, Mr. Cairo and Mr. Charles, who will be talking about the pharmacy profession in a community pharmacy and hospital pharmacy. We sincerely hope you can join us. That is all for now, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. You may take your leave.